Chapter 2457. If Yi Shiwen hadn't returned, they wouldn't have come out. Are you okay? Now everyone on the street is talking about you running into the wood. Ao Yen looked up and down at Yi Shiwen and said, I'm fine, it's not as serious as they say. Yi Shiwen shook his head and said, he didn't want to talk about the details because there were too many things that he couldn't say. Even if it was a huge fire essence, he didn't want anyone to know about it. In the end, he still managed to catch it. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to capture the fire essence in 15 minutes. Therefore, no one suspected that Yang Qi had taken advantage of the fire essence's carelessness and used a sovereign lord's sword to injure the fire essence. Of course, the entire process was extremely dangerous. If the fire essence hadn't been careless, Yang Qi's plan would have failed. Therefore, Yi Shiwen's success this time was partly due to his good luck. However, the risk was worth it. That fire essence was much bigger than the one Qinlai had. It was almost matured and was in the midst of evolving. If Yi Shiwen could devour this fire essence, even if he didn't specialize in the law of fire, it would still benefit him immensely. His Nanming Li fire would probably reach the grand completion level in an instant. However, Yi Shiwen didn't plan to devour the fire essence as there was no need for it. He planned to save it for when he was in a difficult situation. At that time, it would be of great help. As long as you're fine. Inside the house, Qinlai, who was in closed-door cultivation, had also walked out. He had just recovered from most of his injuries. Along the way, he had been chased by the pursuers, and after obtaining the Sui fire essence, he had become the focus of everyone's attention. All the attacks were aimed at him, which was why his injuries were the most severe. But now he had mostly recovered. On the surface, he didn't look any different. Yi Shiwen, it's all thanks to you this time. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to get the fire essence. Qinlai said gratefully. If it wasn't for Yi Shiwen with his current strength, it would be impossible for him to snatch away the Sui fire essence under the watchful eyes of so many peerless geniuses. I owe you a favor today. Fortunately, you're fine. Otherwise, I would feel guilty for the rest of my life. It's nothing, it's just a piece of cake. But I do have something to trouble you with. Yi Shiwen asked. Just tell me what you need. As long as I can do it, I won't refuse. Qinlai quickly said. I want to ask in the heavenly realm, is there a famous genius doctor? Yi Shiwen asked. Don't tell me you left some hidden injuries? Qinlai said and looked at Yi Shiwen in a strange manner. There was naturally no need to mention how powerful the divine shell of a god was, especially after cultivating to the undying realm. As long as a single cell remained, they could be reborn. Although their vitality would be greatly damaged, this kind of recovery ability could be said to be world-shaking. What kind of injury couldn't the godly shell recover by itself? Generally speaking, it was nothing more than a Tao injury or a curse that could not heal itself that stumped the gods. They had no choice but to find a divine doctor who specialized in this area to treat it. Not me, it's Yi Qianqian. Yi Shiwen said. Isn't Yi Qianqian dead? Yi Shukong said. He later also heard about Yi Shiwen killing the Death Lord. Since Yi Qianqian had been taken over by the Death Lord, in his opinion, she must be dead. No, she's not dead, but she's almost there. If I hadn't fixed her spirit, I'm afraid she would have died. Yi Shiwen said with a dignified expression. Yi Shiwen introduced Yi Qianqian's situation in detail, and everyone's expression also became dignified. The cells of the gods had infinite vitality, and it was difficult to die even if they wanted to. Ordinary things could not move the gods at all, and they would recover in the blink of an eye. However, when it came to life and death, it was bound to be a huge problem. This was tricky. Everyone was not very good at medicine, and even Yi Shiwen was helpless, let alone them. When it comes to medical skills, as far as I know, the Shinong Valley's Jiang family is the best. Yi Shiwen said, Shinong Valley? Could it be the Earth Emperor Shinong? Yi Shiwen asked with a flash of inspiration. Among the several emperors of the human race, Shinnong was also one of the famous ones, ranked second among the 3 emperors. The legend of Shinnong tasting hundreds of herbs was a rumor among the heavens of the human race. More importantly, it was said that Shinnong had also given pointers to the Saint Emperor Xuanyuan's cultivation and could be regarded as half a teacher. Therefore, the Ji family and the Jiang family were considered to have a good relationship for generations. Yes, it is the Earth Emperor Shinnong. The Earth Emperor's surname is Jiang, and Shinnong is just an honorific title. The Jiang family is the descendant of the Earth Emperor, but the Jiang family does not go to the Heaven Realm all year round, and the Heaven Realm does not know much about them. They stay in the ancestral land of Shinnong Valley all year round to cultivate. Qin Lai explained, "There are many divine doctors in Shinnong Valley, and as far as I know, the most skilled one is the Doctor King, who has the ability to bring the dead back to life. Yi Qianshan's condition is difficult to be treated by ordinary divine doctors. If you let some quacks treat her casually, it may cause problems. If you want to find someone, find the best. But as far as I know, the Doctor King has not seen anyone for many years. It is not easy for the Jiang family to meet him, let alone us." Monk Hui Zhen frowned and said, as he thought of the Doctor King, "We only have one way. The Doctor King and the Doctor King have been good friends for many years. Let's go back and find the Doctor King with his name card." "It should be possible," Qin Lai said. "The Doctor King has always been impressed by you. I think he will agree to this request. This was the safest way. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go now." Yi Shiwen could not wait any longer. Every second that passed, the regret in his heart increased. If it was not because of the decision he made, Yi Qianshan would not have fallen into such a dangerous situation. With a human life at stake, they did not stay any longer and quickly returned to the Heaven Realm. When they arrived at the Heaven World, they parted ways with Yi Shiwen. All of them had gained a lot this time, especially Qin Lai, who had obtained the Heaven Fire fruit and the Suo Fire essence, which were enough for him to digest for a long time. Under the guidance of Qin Lai, Yi Shiwen found a drunk old beggar in a remote corner of a small city. After waiting for the old beggar to wake up, Yi Shiwen quickly told him the whole story from beginning to end. "So that's how it is. I didn't expect that the Death Lord, that old bastard, is still alive. You are lucky to have survived the battle with her. You should know that when she became famous in the world, I had just reached the Tao realm." The old beggar sighed and said, "I also know about that battle. A human king of our human race also died in the encirclement. It was incomparably ferocious. If you hadn't coincidentally met her, we wouldn't have known that she still had a remnant soul. If she had continued to grow stronger, it wouldn't have been impossible for her to reproduce the undead disaster. You've made a great contribution this time. I, the old beggar, am only doing this for you. It's not a big deal. However, that old guy hasn't come out for many years. Even if I go there, I'm not completely sure that I can invite that old guy out. Senior, I am very grateful that you are willing to help me." Yi Shiwen cupped his hands and said, "All right, let's go immediately. Saving people is like putting out a fire. There is no time to waste," the old beggar said. Under the guidance of the old beggar, the two quickly returned to the ancestors' land. This time, the old beggar used his full strength. He almost tore the space apart and reached the ancestors' land in less than half a day. He even crossed more than half of the ancestors' land and arrived at a valley. The whole valley was locked in a dense fog. Obviously, it was stabilized by a matrix. "Senior, is Shinnong Valley here?" Yi Shiwen asked in a strange tone. "Of course not. This is the place where that old bastard lives in seclusion," the old beggar said. "Old bastard, your old friend is here. Come out. You old bastard. Why don't you come in yourself? Don't you know the way?" An old voice came from inside. "Let's go." The old beggar took Yi Shiwen directly into the dense fog. The Zhen method, seemed to be manipulated and directly dispersed along the way. The two of them entered the valley very smoothly. After entering the valley, Yi Shiwen discovered that this was actually another microcosm. The entire valley was very large. It was far from being as small as it looked from the outside. Obviously, a space matrix was used. The whole valley was crowded with all kinds of medicinal herbs. Yi Shiwen's eyes were fixed on them. Many medicinal herbs that were rarely seen in the outside world could actually be seen here. Yi Shiwen just glanced over and saw several 10,000-year-old blood ginseng. Moreover, they were exuding amazing medicinal efficacy. They were several times stronger than wild, medicinal herbs of similar age. Damn, this is a treasure trove. Yi Shiwen could not help but swallow his saliva. Even if he had always been a spendthrift, when he saw this huge herbal field, he could not help but take a deep breath. If all of this fell into his hands, he would immediately become rich. It was simply immeasurable wealth. Of course, that old bastard has been living here for 100,000 years. With that old bastard's means, it is not surprising that he has cultivated these medicinal herbs. You don't come here for no reason. What are you doing here? In the herbal field, an old man dressed like an old farmer was carefully handling a holy medicine. Yi Shiwen looked over and saw that it was actually an unknown medicinal orchid. It was at least 100,000 years old. Its value was simply unimaginable in the outside world. I naturally came to find you to save someone. What else could it be for? The old beggar said. Chapter 2458. This old man who looked like an old farmer turned his head and looked at the old beggar and Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen could clearly see that this old man was completely different from the old beggar, who looked dirty but had a ruddy complexion. When the Doctor King looked at him, he completely looked like an old farmer who tended to medicinal herbs. His essence was restrained and there was nothing special about him. However, Yi Shiwen knew that the most extraordinary thing about him was that there was nothing extraordinary about him. After all, how could a person who is honored as the Doctor King be like an old farmer? Both of you look very healthy. Who needs my help? The physician king glanced at the two of them. In a flash, Yi Shiwen had a feeling that he was being seen through. You tell him yourself. The old beggar opened his wine gourd, took a sip, and said, Senior, it's like this. Yi Shiwen told the physician king everything about Yi Qianshan. So that's how it is. That old which still has a remnant soul in this world. The physician king said indifferently, I haven't made a move for many years. If the old beggar didn't bring you here, I wouldn't even see you. Forget it. If I don't agree, he will really destroy my herbal garden. It's good that you know. This young man killed the last bit of the Death Lord's primordial spirit, so he should have made a great contribution. If you don't save him, I'll tear down your stupid herb garden. The old beggar said matter-of-factly. He looked like a complete fool. You old man, after so many years, you still haven't changed a bit. The physician king had a helpless expression on his face. Forget it. Bring her here and let me see her first. Yi Shiwen heard this and quickly carried Yi Qianshan out of the Tianyuan mirror. Her eyes were tightly closed, and it seemed as if she was completely asleep. However, Yi Qianshan had just left the thunder liquid lake when the death energy began to corrode her body again. The physician king couldn't help but frown when he saw this situation. With the divine shell of the gods, ordinary injuries could be healed in a short period of time. When it came time to seek medical advice, it would often be a variety of difficult and complicated diseases that even the gods would be helpless against. One could imagine how troublesome it was. He didn't know how many difficult and complicated diseases he had treated in his life, but Yi Qianshan's situation was indeed unprecedentedly tricky. This is very troublesome. The physician king said, I can use my golden needles to stop the spreading death energy in her body. But the problem is that there are too many parts of her primordial spirit that have already fused with that old witch, the Lord of Death. They can almost be considered as one. You killed the old witch's soul. so her soul would naturally collapse. If you didn't find a rare treasure like the enlightening mind ancient tree, her soul would have already collapsed. Yi Shiwen's mood became gloomier with every sentence the Dr. King spoke. Along the way, he had learned from the old beggar that the Dr. King's medical skills might not be top-notch, but it could be said that he was one of the strongest people in the world. If even the Dr. King couldn't do anything, then finding someone else wouldn't have much of an effect. What's more, these people were all king-ranked, formidable martial artists. They were not people that a mere imperishable realm martial artist like him could meet. If not for the old beggar personally leading the way, Jiang, you would not even know where the physician king's door was. Old man, you've talked so much. I'll just ask you one question. Do you have any ideas? The old beggar said impatiently. The power of death is very troublesome. It has already taken root in her body. If she wants to get rid of it, she will have to wake up and refine it herself. At that time, it might not be a big deal. It might even be a great fortune. Although that old witch is a lunatic, there is no doubt about her cultivation. Even if she can only refine a small part of it, her cultivation will still soar. The physician king said calmly, not affected by the old beggar's words at all. But the real problem is that her primordial spirit has almost collapsed. She has been forcibly merged with that old witch. Sooner or later, she will be completely devoured. If you act a little later, she will be completely hopeless. Fortunately, you have your enlightening mind ancient tree to stabilize her primordial spirit, but this is the only way. If you want to truly cure her, it is not that there is no way, but you lack a main ingredient. Senior, please tell me. I will buy it, even if I have to give everything I have. Yi Shiwen said. The physician king shook his head and said, I have most of the medicinal ingredients in this medicinal garden. If I had them, I would give them to you for the sake of the old beggar. However, if you want to cure her, you need the main ingredient. It is not something that can be bought in the outside world. I have only seen the record of it in the remnant pages of the Medicine Emperor that I once obtained. Please enlighten me, Senior. Yi Shiwen took a deep breath, prepared his heart, and asked. This medicinal herb is called the reincarnation grass. It is a very peculiar medicinal herb. It has no other function except for one, to help the soul reincarnate. True reincarnation isn't the same as possession. This little girl's primordial spirit has almost collapsed. Even if she forcibly condenses it, there will be cracks. It will be very difficult to heal in the future. In fact, it might even affect her future cultivation. So, the only way is to reconstruct her primordial spirit and give her a new life. This little girl's primordial spirit will complete the transformation if she succeeds. Her future achievements will be limitless, said the physician king. Yi Shiwen was somewhat dejected. He had never heard of the reincarnation grass. He would steal and rob it if he had to. But the problem was that he had never heard of it. So how could he obtain it? I don't know if Senior can tell me where I can find this reincarnation grass. Yi Shiwen asked in a somewhat despondent manner. That's right. Old man, aren't you just spouting a bunch of **tea? What else is there to say if you can't save her? The old beggar said in support. Old man, why are you in such a hurry? Although this reincarnation grass is very difficult to find in the outside world, and even I have never seen it before, you can imagine how precious it is. But according to the records on the Medicine Emperor's remnant page, the Medicine Emperor once picked this reincarnation grass on the Kurfürst Road, said the physician king. Kurfürst Road, aren't you sending her to her death? The old beggar jumped up suddenly. Hearing these 3 words seemed to have magic power. The physician king also said helplessly, I have never seen it anywhere else except on the Kurfürst Road. Do you think I want to? But there's no way. The old beggar looked at Yi Shiwen and said, This old man once traveled to the Chu Tian kingdom in his early years. He has entered many dangerous, secret realms. He can be said to be very knowledgeable. If even he says that he has never seen it before, then I'm afraid it really doesn't exist. Yi Shiwen took a deep breath and asked with a firm look in his eyes, "May I ask the two seniors, what kind of place is this Kurfürst Road?" Although from the old beggar's words he could more or less judge that the Kurfürst Road was also a very dangerous place. But what choice did he have? He had no other choice. "This place is very dangerous," the old beggar said to Yi Shiwen with a rare, serious expression, "because this road is known as the Emperor's Selection Road." Yi Shiwen couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. The Emperor King's path selection, which, one of the Emperor King's level characters, wasn't unprecedented. There were even many rumors that pointed out that the Emperor level figure was actually on a different level of life from the gods. It was a completely different kind of life form. From the beginning of martial arts cultivation, along the way, each level was a kind of transformation. This transformation continued until the final transformation was completed after attaining the Tao and becoming a god. The gods and the ordinary gods were already on a different level of life form. According to the legend, the emperor was a life form of a higher level than the gods. It was an unimaginable existence. Every single imperial monarch possessed great wisdom and perseverance, and they could be said to be unprecedented geniuses. Moreover, the birth of every single imperial monarch had a certain amount of karmic luck. Every single imperial monarch had many formidable competitors of the same generation, and in the end, very few were able to attain the Tao. This road actually dared to say that it was the Emperor's Selection Road. This tone was unimaginably arrogant. You don't have to doubt it. Since ancient times, there were really a few emperors who obtained a big opportunity in it and finally achieved the Tao, said the old beggar. What? There were really people? Yi Shiwen couldn't help but be shocked. He thought it was just an exaggeration. He didn't expect it to be the truth. That's right, what the old beggar said is correct. Among them, the medicine sovereign seized first place and found the opportunity within. In the end, he obtained the Tao. He found the reincarnation grass when the Emperor's Road was opened. The medicine king said there were actually people who found the opportunity to become emperor. This was completely beyond Yi Shiwen's expectations. There is an opportunity to become emperor here. Could it be that there are many kings who go there? Asked Yi Shiwen. That's not it, said the old beggar. If people in the king realm can go in, I will risk my old bones to help you find the reincarnation grass. But it is not like this. The physician king nodded and said, On the Kurfürst Road, only divine masters of the sage realm are allowed to enter. If king-ranked martial artists enter, they will be killed by the rules. Since ancient times, the only one who has dared to fight his way into the Kurfürst Road with the strength of a king-ranked martial artist and find that sliver of opportunity is their martial arts sex ancestor, Emperor Qin. Yi Shiwen looked at the old beggar in shock. Just from what they said, he could tell that this was probably an extremely dangerous place. Naturally, not an ordinary person would dare to call himself Emperor Selection Road. Emperor Qin completely ignored the rules and counterattacked. This was too heaven-defying. The old beggar was a little helpless, but he also yearned for it. He said, We naturally can't guess the power of Emperor Qin. Since ancient times, many king realm powerhouses didn't believe it. In the end, only Emperor Qin came out alive. The two of us don't have the guts to try and see if we will be killed by the rules. But this is not the point. The point is that if you go in, you will almost certainly die. Chapter 2459. But that's not the point. The point is that if you go in, you'll almost certainly die. The old beggar said seriously, I'm not bluffing. It's the truth. The old beggar is right. If you go in with your current situation, you'll definitely die. The Kurfürst Road is the only way that has been proven to be feasible and the most likely way to attain enlightenment. So you should be able to imagine how many people are eyeing this Kurfürst Road. The physician king said, It can be said that since ancient times the most powerful talents have been eyeing this Kurfürst Road. Countless monstrous geniuses have dominated their generation. All the talents who are interested in attaining enlightenment are all gathered here. The old beggar and I used to be among them. Later, we felt that the chance of attaining enlightenment was too small, so we could only give up on this idea and break into the king realm. We are failures! Yi Shiwen was shocked. The miracle physician king. Any one of these titles alone would be an invincible existence with a great reputation. But in their own words, they were just failures on the Kurfürst road. The ones who chose to break into the king realm were actually failures. How many people would be shocked if they knew about this? Then, how many monstrous people were mingling on the Kurfürst road? Since ancient times, no one knows when the Kurfürst road first opened, and no one knows how many times it has opened. Don't underestimate the various king sects. There are such people in every sect. In order to find such an opportunity, they would rather suppress their cultivation at the sage realm for hundreds of thousands of years or even millions of years. Their foundation is unimaginably deep. As long as these people are willing, a large group of king realm powerhouses can appear at any moment. In a sense, most of the king realm powerhouses who are like the pillars of the major forces are failures. As long as they still have the hope of becoming emperor, they will not give up on this Kurfürst road. The old beggar shook his head and said, "You can imagine that there are many peerless figures in every era. These people are all holding their breath to find the opportunity in the Kurfürst road. Some have even entered it several times, or even dozens of times. It opens every 100,000 years. You can imagine how many people are waiting for this opportunity." Yi Shiwen was silent. Even if he was not very good at calculation, he knew very well what kind of concept it was. The Kurfürst road had been opened so many times, and there were indeed a few people who became gods. Even if some people died miserably in it, it was completely unimaginable how many monsters there were after all these years. Gods lived forever, and it was meaningless to use time to measure them. Perhaps a random sage playing god that they met along the way might be even older than the Qin Emperor. This was not impossible. It was truly a gathering of monsters from different races and eras. It was easy to imagine how difficult it was to win the championship and find that trace of fortuitous encounter. I'm not fighting for that trace of fortuitous encounter. I just want to find the reincarnation grass. Yi Shiwen said after a moment of silence. It was true that he was confident, but having confidence did not mean that he was arrogant. Facing those terrifying existences that had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years, he was still far from them. As long as you go in, there will be many dangers. There are even existences that can kill kings. Those people are really monsters. Don't use the eyes of ordinary people to measure them. I have high hopes for you, but you are not suitable for this opening. The next opening will be in another 100,000 years. With your aptitude, I believe that you are not inferior to those monsters. There is no need to be impatient. The old beggar shook his head and tried to persuade him. He had wandered in there before, so he knew how terrifying those monsters were. But you also have to think clearly. Even if this little girl is temporarily stabilized by my golden needles, she will definitely not be able to last until 100,000 years later. The physician king said slowly at the side, "Old man, what do you mean? Why are you tricking her to die?" The old beggar suddenly said angrily, "I'm not tricking her. No one can say for sure about this kind of thing." The physician king said slowly, "I'm just telling the truth. Otherwise, I won't have any objections if you can find the reincarnation grass in other places. Don't say any more. 2 seniors, I have already decided. I will go." Yi Shiwen took a deep breath and said calmly. He might not be qualified to contend for hegemony in there, but he believed that there was still hope for him to find the reincarnation grass. It didn't matter how dangerous it was. "All right, if that's the case, then I will tell you the location of the reincarnation grass. This reincarnation grass is in the Kurfürst road. It is in a medicinal garden. As for the specific location, The remnant page of the Medicine Emperor didn't specifically mention it. Everything depends on whether you can find it or not. The Physician King said indifferently, "Old man, you are harming people. With his aptitude, he will grow to an astonishing level after 100,000 years. At that time, he will also be able to compete with those monsters. There is no need to be so anxious." The old beggar looked at the Physician King fiercely and said, "Everything is not set in stone. After all, there is still more than 1,000 years, right?" The Physician King said indifferently, "What you and I can't do, it doesn't mean that he can't do it." The old beggar was speechless. The key was that Yi Shiwen had already made his decision. He couldn't stop him even if he wanted to. "Senior, please perform the acupuncture." Yi Shiwen cupped his hands and said, "All right." With a wave of the Physician King's hand, hundreds of golden needles fell from the sky and accurately pierced into Yi Qianqian's body. Just as the Physician King had said, the power of death was easily stabilized. However, it was only stabilized. Yi Qianqian's life force was still slowly fading away. She would definitely not be able to hold on for another 100,000 years. Yi Shiwen was surprised to find that these hundreds of golden needles were also divine tools. He was secretly speechless. This old man treasures this set of golden needles the most. Now, he has used them all on this girl. It can be said that he is bleeding a lot. The old beggar said with a smile, "Thank you, Senior." Yi Shiwen quickly expressed his gratitude. "All right, you can take her away. It's useless to leave her here. I can't cure her without the reincarnation grass." The Physician King waved his hand and said, "Wait until you bring the reincarnation grass here. All right, you can leave now. Don't hinder me. If that's the case, this junior will take his leave first. I won't refuse any requests from Senior in the future." Yi Shiwen said, "Now that you mentioned it, I suddenly recalled something. If you can get your hands on the reincarnation grass, you can use the leaves to cure this little girl. Leave the roots to me. I'll see if I can cultivate it again. If I can cultivate it outside, the merit will be limitless," the Physician King suddenly said. However, he had only mentioned it casually. It was obvious that he hadn't really blessed any hope. Perhaps this matter was very unreliable in his opinion. After all, the probability of Yi Shiwen obtaining the reincarnation grass was too low. "No problem," Yi Shiwen quickly said. As long as Yi Qianqian could be cured, everything else was secondary. Yi Shiwen put Yi Qianqian back into the Thunder Liquid Lake. Then, he and the old beggar left the Physician King's valley. In fact, you don't need to take the old man's words to heart. The reincarnation grass might be found in other places. You don't need to take the risk and go there. The old beggar couldn't help but say. He seemed to be feeling a bit regretful. "Senior, you don't need to say much. I've already made up my mind. Moreover, I'm not going there to fight for hegemony. I think the probability of finding the reincarnation grass should be much higher," Yi Shiwen said slowly. "I won't say much since you've already made up your mind. It's just that the next opening of the Emperor's Road will be more than 1,000 years later. You should seize the opportunity to cultivate in these 1,000 years. You will have more power to protect yourself after you go there." The old beggar sighed. He saw that Yi Shiwen was determined, so he didn't say anything more. "Thank you for your help this time, Senior. I will never forget your great kindness," Yi Shiwen said. "You're too serious, too infatuated. It's not worth the risk. Forget it. Since this matter has been resolved, this old beggar will take his leave. We'll talk about it next time." The old beggar finished his words and instantly disappeared. He tore the space apart and left the ancestral land. Yi Shiwen didn't have such power yet, but he didn't plan to leave the ancestral land in the short term. There were only a few decades left until the ancient Phoenix Realm's son-in-law selection. He needed to be fully prepared. With his current strength, he still needed to fight against Ao Chaozong. He needed to find a way to rush into the undead realm intermediate stage. That way, he would have the confidence to defeat Ao Chaozong. He was determined to win this battle. There was no way he would give up. But now he had a lot of trump cards in his hands. Not only did he have the leftover medicinal efficacy of the divine pellets, but he also had the heaven fire fruit, the thunder liquid lake, and many other treasures. It was enough for him to take a step forward. It should be enough for him to push his cultivation to the undead realm intermediate stage before the martial arts competition. He immediately returned to the Sui Emperor city, found a courtyard, and went into closed-door cultivation. The Sui Emperor city was the ruins of the Sui sovereign, and there was a branch of the Swerin clan guarding this place. No one had the guts to mess around here. He laid down the array formation and made sure that his aura wouldn't leak out. Then he went into closed-door cultivation and rushed into the undead realm intermediate stage. Every level of the undead realm was a completely different realm. Compared to the time in the immortal realm, it was much harder to advance. Without any other means, he didn't have the confidence to make any progress in the next few decades. After entering into deep closed-door training, Yi Shiwen fully stimulated the remaining medicinal efficacies of the divine dawn in his body, raising the state of his body to the peak. The mysterious space was fully stimulated, and countless kinds of heavenly law insights of the undead realm intermediate stage were deduced. A majestic energy constantly scoured his body, constantly attacking the realm of the undead realm intermediate stage. Chapter 2460. Dozens of years later, the ancestral land was a barren land. Endless dark clouds covered the sky in a grandiose manner, completely covering everything. Boundless lightning bolts descended, turning this place into a sea of lightning. The nearby tribes and demonic beasts also knew that this place seemed to have become a forbidden land. Since it suddenly became like this a few decades ago, the lightning never stopped. Moreover, the sound of fighting could often be heard, as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses galloping. It seemed to be an ancient battlefield. Dozens of years ago was not a long time, but it was not a short time either. Except for the people who had always lived here, no one knew what it was like a few decades ago. Nowadays, the new generation of the tribe had no idea what this place was like a few decades ago. There were also rumors that this place was an ancient battlefield since ancient times. There were strong warriors fighting here, and there were also rumors that two tribes fought here and blood flowed like a river. But a few decades ago, something strange happened in this ancient battlefield, and something unclean was born. Therefore, it attracted the wrath of the heavens, and it began to send down lightning to destroy the unclean things. These lightning were extremely dangerous, and there were even some tribe elders who saw lightning in the shape of humans and beasts. This kind of terrifying lightning that had never been seen for thousands of years completely made everyone lose the mood to go and find out what was going on. Fortunately, the lightning was only limited to that barren land, and it did not spread out in the past few decades. This also made many worried tribe elders feel relieved. But recently, the lightning seemed to be getting more and more serious, which made many tribe elders a little worried. This area of lightning hadn't dissipated for decades. Obviously, it was not a normal situation. But the nearby tribe was just a small tribe, and the strongest person in the tribe was only a demigod. They didn't have the ability to explore at all. This was a lightning tribulation that was even more terrifying than the divine tribulation they had heard of before. And while they were still guessing, in the center of the lightning, a man sat cross-legged, constantly making hand seals, attracting the lightning from the sky to fall on his body, and then it was absorbed by him little by little. This man was dressed in a green robe, and his face was handsome. Under the endless lightning baptism, his expression was still the same as usual, without any change. This was Yi Shiwen. 50 years ago, he had already left the Sui sovereign city because he had successfully stepped into the imperishable realm. He was already at the peak of the early stage of the imperishable realm, and with the help of the divine pills and the skyfire fruit, it was only a matter of time before he truly entered the middle stage of the imperishable realm. Moreover, There was also the mysterious space that constantly allowed him to comprehend the many laws and understandings of the middle stage of the imperishable realm. Everything was pushing the boat with the current, and he very successfully stepped into the middle stage of the imperishable realm. In the remaining 50 years, he did not cultivate according to his original path. Instead, he cultivated the thunder method recorded in the Thunder Talisman. The Lightning Talisman truly recorded 3 types of powerful lightning arts. In the past 50 years, he had spent most of his time cultivating these 3 lightning arts while verifying what he had learned. It could be said that he had gained a lot. He had already cultivated the flickering thunder steps to an extremely profound level, especially when combined with the demon wings. His speed was more than twice as fast as before. As for the body refining method that utilized lightning, it was a method that he had been cultivating for a long time. He had cultivated a kind of Dharma body, and he had named this physique as the Thunder Emperor physique. It was also an extremely outstanding body refining method. When it was fully activated, it would form a layer of lightning armor on the surface of the body, just like a battle armor. Its defensive ability would greatly increase, and when combined with the inner part of his gilded tyrant form, its strength would increase by several levels. The last one was also the most difficult to cultivate, the Thunder Emperor sky-piercing cannon. It concentrated all the lightning and bombarded it out, destroying heaven and earth. Its power was boundless, and it was precisely because of this that it was extremely difficult to cultivate. In the sky, countless thunderbolts condensed into heavenly lightning soldiers and rushed towards Yi Shiwen to kill him. This was also a method that Yi Shiwen had used to summon the power of thunderbolts recorded in the Thunder Law. He could instantly transform the surrounding world into a sea of thunderbolts and turn it into a battlefield that was beneficial to him. He could also use this method to practice many thunder techniques. He had also used this method to summon the lightning for the past decades. At the same time, he had also sealed this area to prevent any random person from coming in and causing trouble. The seals in Yi Shiwen's hands were also getting faster as these heavenly lightning soldiers were getting closer and closer. He had formed hundreds of seals in an instant, and an incomparably huge thunder cannon was formed around his body. Bang! A huge roar was heard, and a terrifying lightning energy was emitted from the thunder cannon. It ferociously bombarded the incoming heavenly lightning soldiers. The heavenly lightning soldiers that were rushing over were instantly turned into ashes by this cannon. Yi Shiwen slowly opened his eyes and dispersed his magical power. At this point, the Thunder Emperor sky-piercing cannon could be considered to have been basically mastered. It was not in vain that he had stayed here for decades without moving. In these decades, he had finally managed to successfully push his cultivation to the peak of the mid-stage imperishable realm while cultivating the lightning arts. Compared to himself a few decades ago, he was more than 10 times stronger. If the him 10 years ago could only be said to be able to contend with a peak of the imperishable realm and protect himself at most, then now he had the power to kill a peak of the imperishable realm. This was the biggest change. Ao Chaozong's strength was already infinitely close to the Sage Realm Divine Master level. Ordinary peak of the imperishable realm was definitely no match for him, but Yi Shiwen was still confident that he could defeat him. Apart from the Thunder Law, the biggest gain was that he had already completed the initial sacrificial training of the 10,000 method roulette. He did not need to use the 10,000 method roulette like before, which was practically killing him. He had also completely mastered the first form of the ruler's sword technique, Dominator of the World. He had also comprehended the second form, Invincible Being, from the Sword Talisman. That Sword Talisman contained extremely powerful energy, and it could be used to unleash a powerful attack. Combined with the ruler's sword technique, it could unleash an attack that far exceeded his own strength. However, he would definitely not use the Sword Talisman to attack unless it was absolutely necessary. He had yet to completely master the ruler's sword technique, and it would be a pity to let the Sword Talisman dissipate just like that. In these decades, He had already made all the necessary preparations. This time he was going to give the people of the ancient Phoenix realm a huge surprise. Thinking of this, his appearance began to slowly change, and he slowly turned into a handsome man with a sharp and arrogant aura. I, the life-stealing scholar, am going to return to the world. Ha ha ha. This time he did not choose to participate in the martial arts competition for a spouse with his original appearance. Even if he used his toes to think, he would know that the people of the ancient Phoenix realm were waiting for him to deliver himself to them. Although they would not openly stop him, they would still secretly try to harm him. However, this time he did not take the ordinary path. He decided to participate in the martial arts competition with the identity of the life-stealing scholar. He was going to give them a huge surprise at the end. Currently, he was using the lightning technique. Even if he didn't use any of his previous cultivation techniques, he would still be able to surpass all obstacles. Therefore, no one would be able to recognize him. If it was something else, he wouldn't have done this. He would have swept all the way with his original appearance. However, he was also afraid of an accident. If he was defeated in other fights, then he would lose Hua Menghan. But this time, if he failed, then he would lose Hua Menghan forever. Even if the ancient Phoenix realm had suffered heavy losses, its foundation was still unimaginable. Therefore, this was his only chance to take her away in broad daylight. He would not allow any accident to occur. The people of the surrounding tribes were stunned to find that the thunderstorm that had been raining for dozens of years had suddenly stopped. It seemed as if the thunderstorm had dispersed overnight. However, some of the tribal elders knew that the big shots who had been cultivating inside had left. However, a large number of tribesmen soon arrived. The thunderstorm had been baptized by the thunderstorm for dozens of years. Naturally, some heavenly treasures of the thunder attribute had grown. However, they were still young. So, Yi Shiwen naturally didn't care about them. However, these treasures were indeed a huge fortune for these human tribes who were still struggling on the road of cultivation. This could be regarded as a compensation for Yi Shiwen's disturbance for dozens of years. Yi Shiwen left the ancestral land very smoothly after he had experienced it once. He immediately rushed towards the ancient Phoenix realm. He had just entered the ancient Phoenix realm when he felt that several divine senses had swept over him. They were very powerful. The corner of Yi Shiwen's mouth raised into a sneer. Sure enough, they had made preparations in the periphery from the very beginning. So he didn't know what methods they would use if they had confirmed his arrival. Yi Shiwen wasn't polite and directly killed these divine senses. He didn't give these people any face. He immediately showed the invitation letter that the martial great sect had given him as a candidate to participate in the martial arts competition for a spouse. Then he ignored these people and directly stepped in. Arrogant. After a long time, these words came out from the void. However, nothing happened in the end. The 2 words martial great sect were enough to subdue many people. The martial great sect was the most powerful among the inheritances that had produced emperors in the past few years. It couldn't be helped. After all, Emperor Qin's prestige was still there. Although the ancient Phoenix realm had produced an invincible character like the Phoenix ancestor, that was something that had happened before the first heaven-defying war. So, it naturally couldn't be compared with the martial great sect. Moreover, it had been seriously injured. So, it was like adding snow to snow. Those who had been selected by the king's sect to participate in the martial arts competition were all peerless characters. So, it was normal for them to be arrogant. Yi Shiwen sneered. He immediately flew towards the central region of the ancient Phoenix realm, the hidden world. That was the most central region of the ancient Phoenix realm. The martial arts competition for a spouse would also be held here. There was a huge crowd of people. Not only had many peerless characters come here in person, but many other clans had also come to watch the fight. Therefore, many experts of foreign races had suddenly appeared in the hidden world. Almost all the pure-blooded phoenixes had come here in the beginning. Chapter 2461. This was especially true for the heavenly Phoenix Lake, where many outstanding heroes had gathered. Many gods who rarely showed themselves were now bustling with activity, as if they had arrived at a supermarket. There are so many people who have come during this period of time, especially for the heavenly Phoenix Maiden. There are so many people who have come for her. That's true. The celestial Phoenix Maiden is the only one left in the heavenly Phoenix bloodline. Whoever marries the celestial Phoenix Maiden will have the hope to expand the bloodline of the heavenly Phoenix bloodline into their own forces. One can imagine how many people are coveting this matter. In the midst of the bustling crowd, a handsome and flamboyant man stood there, his expression incomparably relaxed. Look, isn't that the young master of the Heaven Evolution sect, Shui Xiaohua? Although the Heaven Evolution sect is located in a remote area, their strength is not bad. Shui Xiaohua can kill countless people to make a name for himself. His strength is extremely strong. Of course, in fact, Shui Xiaohua's strength and reputation have long been famous in the myriad world. However, he has always been fighting in the God Burial Star Ocean. I didn't expect him to come in person for this matter. Of course, he must come in person. Which one of the people who have come now is simple. If he comes in person, he will only be beaten to death. Even if he comes in person, I dare not say that he can win. Yi Shiwen looked and saw a flying palanquin descending from the sky under the support of 88 strong men. The palanquin was huge and looked like a palace. On top of this palanquin, there was a young man with black hair. His eyes were as sharp as a knife, and his aura was terrifying. Looking from afar, it made people shudder. However, there was more than one such person. In the distance, a purple golden-wood coffin broke through the void and directly entered the heavenly Phoenix Lake. Who is that coffin? What a terrifying aura! A demigod said while trembling. When the coffin broke through the void and passed above him, just the aura alone made him collapse. It was too strong. That's the Heavenly Corpse Sex, Hidden Corpse. I saw this name on the list before. He's very strong. Damn, it's actually that Hidden Corpse. Rumor has it that his body was found by the Heavenly Corpse sect after the death of a god tens of thousands of years ago. They have been secretly cultivating him until he gained spiritual wisdom 100,000 years ago. It's only 100,000 years, but he's already so strong. Many people couldn't help but suck in a cold breath at the mention of the sect. There weren't many people in this sect, but they were all very strong. Their disciples came from various races, and they were the corpses of these races' gods that had died and gained sentience. They even found the corpses of king-ranked experts and nurtured them to gain sentience. It was very terrifying. However, the Heavenly Corpse sect was a thorn in the side of many sects and races. This was because many of their ancestors had been taken away by the Heavenly Corpse sect and turned into zombies. To the gods, this was the most unacceptable outcome. It was a humiliation. Therefore, there were not many people who had a good impression of the Heavenly Corpse sect. However, it's useless no matter how many outsiders there are. The final champion will be our ancient Phoenix world. In order to deal with these outsiders, many peerless characters of our ancient Phoenix world have come out of closed-door training. Even Feng Zihao has come out of seclusion. He used to be an invincible existence of his generation. He will never let the bloodline of the heavenly Phoenix leak out. Some people of the ancient Phoenix world said indignantly, as a member of the Phoenix race, they would never let the bloodline of the heavenly Phoenix leak out as long as it was possible. Not everyone wanted to form an alliance with outsiders. I've heard that some ancient big shots are preparing for the Kurfürst Road. Some of those evildoers have also appeared. It's impossible. Aren't those evildoers preparing for the Kurfürst Road? How can a mere 1,000 years be enough? They still have time to participate. It's also possible that they are incarnations. Those evildoers are extremely terrifying, even if they are incarnations. Not all forces were interested in this matter. The experts of many forces had only sent their clones. They weren't determined to win. Not all of them had come with their real bodies. However, only a few of them had come with their real bodies. And that was enough to shock everyone. The appearance of any one of these people was enough to shock everyone. However, all of them had come together. Everyone was dazzled. They didn't know where to look. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. Yi Shiwen remained calm. Ao Chaozong. Ao Chaozong has arrived. Suddenly someone shouted. He saw a luxurious carriage descending from the sky. Dozens of strong men were standing on the carriage. All of them were experts of the dragon race. They surrounded a man in the middle like stars surrounding the moon. Who else could this man be if not Ao Chaozong? Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes. He immediately recognized that this man was Ao Chaozong. However, he was different from his previous incarnation. He had come with his real body this time, and his incarnation couldn't be compared with his real body. He was in high spirits. He was confident that he was invincible. He was a peerless figure. Even Ao Chaozong has come. Why hasn't Yi Shiwen appeared yet? Someone suddenly mentioned Yi Shiwen. Many people were in an uproar. This time, many people had come for Yi Shiwen and Ao Chaozong. Yi Shiwen was the nominal husband of the celestial phoenix maiden. However, he had no choice but to accept the fact that the ancient phoenix realm had recruited a new husband for the celestial phoenix maiden. This was equivalent to slapping the celestial phoenix maiden's face on the spot. This was simply trampling on a man's dignity. What kind of person was Yi Shiwen? Perhaps many people didn't know about him in the past, but after that, many people went to find out about him. From the time Yi Shiwen rose to prominence, they knew that he was a lawless lord. When he was still in the mysterious realm, he had dared to provoke a peak demigod. The word fear didn't seem to exist in his dictionary. Previously, he had slapped the ancient phoenix realm in the face for the celestial phoenix maiden. He had snatched away the title of the celestial phoenix maiden's husband. Although his strength wasn't considered too strong in the eyes of the older generation, they had to admit that he was also a lawless person. 100 years ago, he had fought an earth-shattering battle with Ao Chaozong's incarnation and killed it. Ao Chaozong's incarnation wasn't considered too strong in the eyes of many old antiques. Many people had the strength to kill him. However, just killing the incarnation would be useless. It would provoke an even more terrifying Ao Chaozong, who was infinitely close to the level of a divine master. Divine masters of the sage plane were all supreme figures who wielded great authority in their respective factions. King-ranked, formidable martial artists rarely interfered with the day-to-day operations of their sections. Everything was controlled by the divine masters, and they were basically the upper echelons of the various king-ranked sections. Ao Chaozong had only cultivated for a few years, but he was already so close to that level. It was truly astonishing. Moreover, even if he could kill Ao Chaozong, he couldn't afford to offend the Dragon Island. Most people would retreat. However, this Yi Shiwen didn't know what fear was. He slapped people's faces and killed them without hesitation. At the same time, he had offended the two major forces of the ancient Phoenix realm and the Dragon Island. Many people came with the mentality of watching a good show and didn't mind if things got out of hand. What would a lawless person like him do when faced with these powerful figures? However, some people had been waiting here for almost a month, and they still hadn't seen Yi Shiwen appear. It was almost time for the martial arts competition to start, and there was still no sign of him. This was completely different from the impression they had of him being lawless and fearless. It was just that they didn't know that the person they were talking about was already among them and had yet to show his face. Could it be that he's afraid? Someone guessed. How is that possible? Do you think that's possible? With his lawless character, he wouldn't have appeared last time if he was afraid. It's hard to say. Ao Chaozong only sent an incarnation last time, but now Ao Chaozong has come in person. Not to mention Ao Chaozong. Any random person here is a peerless character, and there are even the incarnations of those monstrous geniuses among them. Isn't he throwing his life away by coming here? He might not even make it through the first round. It's just a mere 100 years. What kind of progress can he make? Judging from the strength he had displayed 100 years ago, he'll be dead if he dares to show up. Someone had seen the battle 100 years ago, and he remembered it very clearly. That's true. The situation 100 years ago is different from the current situation, unless he can make rapid progress in 100 years. But how is that possible? That's the realm of Tao confirmation. Maybe he'll show up at the last moment, someone said in disbelief. He did the same thing last time. He must be showy to death. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but blush with shame in the crowd. He didn't show up at the last moment because he was showy, but because he almost didn't make it in time. He had been cultivating all along. Everyone was talking about it, and they all had their own opinions. Yi Shiwen looked at the time, and it was indeed about time. He immediately dashed into the depths of the Sky Phoenix Lake with flickering thunder step. There was a special square there, and all the peerless characters who came to participate were gathered there. After showing his invitation, Yi Shiwen walked in with big strides. Deep in the clouds, a few figures were sitting on a high platform, looking at the peerless characters of the major forces in the square. Is that the person from the martial sect who came this time? Foam Nantian glanced at Yi Shiwen from the highest point. In the past 100 years, he had stabilized his position as the clan leader and gained great prestige. He could be considered to have completely stabilized the situation in the ancient Phoenix realm. That's right, it's him. A total of 2 people from the martial sect have come this time. The first one is Ji Renwang, and the second one is this person. According to the name registered, this person is called Deadly Scholar. Our people have already specially observed him. He should be a cultivator with the magical power of thunder attribute. His cultivation should be above the eternal realm. However, it seems that he has concealed a lot of his strength. An important person from the ancient Phoenix realm replied. Just as Yi Shiwen had expected, the ancient Phoenix realm couldn't just watch as Yi Shiwen came to cause trouble. So, they had been paying attention to him since long ago. Chapter 2462. It's strange. Didn't our spies in the heavenly realm receive news that Yi Shiwen might have obtained one of the quotas for the martial sect? How come we don't see him at this time? Foam Nantian frowned. This didn't match the information he had received. This put him in a difficult situation. We have also checked the quota of the Hidden Valley. There's no problem with it. It's very likely that it's a pure-blooded Kunpeng. The Kunpeng bloodline rarely appears in the world. However, every time it does, it's an invincible character without exception. It doesn't matter if it's cooperating with the Hidden Valley. The bloodline of the Heavenly Phoenix bloodline is incomparably noble. It's the head of the 10 great divine birds, and the Kunpeng is the head of the 10 great vicious birds. So, it's not a disgrace to the Heavenly Phoenix bloodline. After they've gotten together, we can bring one of their offspring into our ancient Phoenix world. In this case, we'll also obtain the bloodline of the Kunpeng bloodline. This will also be extremely beneficial to our ancient Phoenix world. However, it's different from the one who received the report from the Hidden Valley. It seems that he's a temporary replacement quota, someone said with dissatisfaction. He's obviously looking down on us if he can be replaced at the last minute for this kind of matter. Forget it. It's good that he's replaced. A pure-blooded Kunpeng is more powerful than anything else. Moreover, there are so many monstrous geniuses that have come this time. A pure-blooded Kunpeng may not be able to suppress all the outstanding heroes. It's hard to say. Foam Nantian shook his head and said, however, could it be that Ji Renwang is from the Ji family of the martial sect? Well, yes. Speaking of which, Ji Renwang and I are from the same generation. He was already incomparably dazzling at that time. However, he's always been obsessed with the Kurfürst Road. So, I haven't seen him for a long time. Someone said, once, when Emperor Qin had confirmed his Tao, an ancestor of the Emperor clan of the Ji family had served him with his life. He had fought in all directions and established an illustrious name for himself. Unlike the Emperor clan of the Ji family, which relied on the prestige of their ancestors, the Ji family of the martial sect had established their supreme prestige by relying on the bloody battles of countless clansmen. However, even though they were both from the Ji clan, it was clear that the two sides were not anxious. On the contrary, because the relationship between the martial sect and the Di clan was tense, the relationship between the two sides was also quite tense. So it's him, Ji Renwang. According to the legends, when he was born, the heavens sent down a decree, condensing the two words human king. He really is born to be a human king. The bloodline of the Ji family is really terrifying. According to the legends, when the ancestor of the Ji family, Saint Emperor Shenyuan, was born, the heavens sent down a decree. The two words human king shocked all the tribes. Now this Ji Renwang is not far behind. Because of time, many famous people in the past had fallen silent. They were not dead, but they were obsessed with the Kurfürst road, looking for the opportunity. Back then, he was also one of these people. It was just that after tens of thousands of years, he could no longer hold on. Although it was said that he was looking for the opportunity, since ancient times, it was already hard to count how many amazing people there were. However, those who could truly obtain the opportunity were only a few. In recent times, no one had achieved the Tao because of this. Although Emperor Qin had also entered the Kurfürst road, he had already been conferred the title of king at that time and shocked the world. However, because of this, many people thought that his Tao had little to do with the Kurfürst road. Therefore, there had always been people saying that the opportunities on the Kurfürst road had been exhausted, and it was impossible for anyone to achieve the Tao because of this. Therefore, many outstanding people finally could not hold it in any longer. One after another, they all withdrew from the competition on the Kurfürst road and directly took a step forward, stepping into the realm of conferred king. He was also one of them. When the Kurfürst road opened 200,000 years ago, he once took the first place and was one of the most dazzling people at that time. This time, even he has appeared, the martial sect can be considered to be sincere. Someone said, "The bloodline of the Ji clan has produced many emperors. It is also noble enough. It does not disgrace the bloodline of the heavenly phoenix." Of course, saying this was a bit too much. If it was only based on the number of emperors they had produced to determine whether the bloodline was noble or not, then the emperor clan of the Ji clan was enough to leave their ancient phoenix world behind. Although it was the bloodline of the Ji clan of the martial sect, it was still the bloodline of the Ji clan. In addition, Ji Renwang's origin was indeed extraordinary. Therefore, they did not reject him. What about that life-stealing scholar? Feng Nantian could not help but ask. He felt a little uneasy in his heart. What exactly was wrong? He had never thought of it. However, he had a faint feeling that he must have missed something. What exactly is his background? This, I'm not very clear. Someone said with a bitter smile. Every major force had hidden talents that were unknown to the public. So, it was impossible for them to know everything about everyone no matter how powerful they were. In fact, if this wasn't related to a big matter of the ancient Phoenix world, then this kind of small matter wouldn't be under the control of these big shots. However, one thing is certain. It shouldn't be that Yi Shiwen. This person's thunder technique is profound. He has obviously cultivated for many years. He is completely different from the Yi Shiwen from before. I think that Yi Shiwen might be afraid, so he doesn't dare to come. After all, the difference between this time and the last time is like the difference between heaven and earth. It shouldn't be a big problem if it isn't that Yi Shiwen. Presumably, it should be a disciple of the martial sect. We have plenty of time to slowly interrogate him as long as he isn't that Yi Shiwen. Moreover, it's hard to say whether he can win the championship or not. There are too many monstrous geniuses this time. Feng Nantian said. Many big shots nodded in succession. Many monstrous geniuses had only sent their avatars this time. Even these big shots wouldn't be able to sit still if they had come with their real bodies. That would be too terrifying. After all, many people's seniority was even higher than theirs. If that's the case, it's better that he didn't come. Let's start immediately. Don't give him this opportunity, Feng Nantian said. At this moment, he was also afraid of Yi Shiwen from the bottom of his heart. Yi Shiwen had already messed up his plans twice. If this went on, how could he still establish his prestige? He was very clear that there was still a huge gap between him and the Phoenix King. What kind of person was the Phoenix King? He was one of the top powerhouses, even among the titled king realm powerhouses. His prestige was incomparable. The Phoenix King had been in control of the ancient Phoenix domain for more than 1,000,000 years. It could be said that his foundation was profound. Even if he wanted to make a move on Huamenghan, he would have to consider the group of forces that the Phoenix King had left behind. Otherwise, why would he organize this martial arts competition for a spouse? Feng Nantian flew out as he spoke. He appeared in front of many monstrous geniuses and said, "Everyone, I, Feng Nantian, would like to express my deep gratitude for participating in the martial arts competition for a spouse held by our ancient Phoenix domain this time." Feng Nantian revealed his sharpness. The coercion of a titled king powerhouse spread out. Even those monstrous geniuses were a little moved at this moment. Even if they came with their real bodies, they would not be a match for Feng Nantian. Among the divine masters of the Sage Plane, they could dominate. However, compared to the titled king realm powerhouses, there was still a gap. Moreover, Feng Nantian was an expert among the titled king realm powerhouses. Unless they were willing to give up the opportunity to break through to the titled king realm, they would not be able to compare at all. Of course, among these people, there might be existences from the same generation as Feng Nantian or even older than him. Hence, Feng Nantian did not dare to put on airs. These were all monstrous geniuses, and there was no telling when they would suddenly erupt. The bloodline of the Heavenly Phoenix is the most noble. Now, only the Heavenly Phoenix Lady is left. I also see her as my own daughter, and I want to choose a good husband for her. All of you are the best of the best. If any of you can emerge victorious, wouldn't it be a story that will be told through the ages? I hope that all of you will not hide your abilities. Give it your all, and this battle will decide everything. Feng Nantian glanced at the crowd. After Feng Nantian finished speaking, he pinched a seal, and there was a rumbling sound. In the sky, a huge door appeared, and it led to an unknown world. This is a fragment of a world that our ancient Phoenix realm has collected. We have buried 10 tokens in it. The person who obtains these tokens will be automatically transported to the final arena. This is considered the preliminary selection. Feng Nantian said faintly. The crowd was in an uproar. There were only 10 places in total, but there were more than 200 people present. In other words, there was only 1 token for every 20 people. Such an elimination rate could be said to be terrifying. Those who had the opportunity to become the representatives of the regal sect were all outstanding geniuses, without exception. Even so, they had to undergo such a terrifying elimination rate in the preliminary selection. One could imagine that the remaining people were all monstrous geniuses. The outstanding heroes were also in an uproar. They had thought that there would definitely be a preliminary selection, and then a semi-selection. However, they did not expect that the first preliminary selection would eliminate 90% of the people, leaving only 10 people. Such an elimination rate was too high even for these confident, monstrous geniuses. After all, these competitors were all peerless, monstrous geniuses without exception. So, no one had complete assurance that they would be able to defeat all of them. These beams of light will send you into this world. It's an indefinite transmission. Whether you can fight for the top 10 positions or not will depend on yourself at that time. Feng Nantian said. Then, a burst of beams of light fell from the sky and enveloped all the outstanding geniuses. Everyone didn't resist Feng Nantian's words. They allowed the beams of light to take them into that world. Yi Shiwen was no exception. Yi Shiwen was no exception. He took advantage of the mass of light and entered that world. This was an extremely large world. He swept out his divine sense and found that no one had appeared in his surroundings within a radius of 10,000 miles. It seemed that this was an extremely huge fragment of a world. In fact, it was almost comparable to a small world. However, once it exceeded the range of 10,000 miles, it actually started to be restricted. It was clear that the ancient Phoenix realm had already prepared for this. Yi Shiwen didn't stop as he immediately rushed forward. Everyone must have been allocated to different areas, and there should be a token in each area. There wouldn't be another opportunity if he missed it. The token in one's hand could be used to teleport directly to the arena. It didn't mean that one would have to fight to the end. After all, even the ancient Phoenix realm wouldn't be able to bear the consequences if a large-scale casualty occurred among these geniuses. Chapter 2463. Yi Shiwen launched the flickering thunder step and traversed thousands of miles with a single step. The entire world seemed to be desolate. Muffled loud noises resounded unceasingly. The mountains, rivers, and all living things were shrouded in a layer of mysterious power. Yi Shiwen didn't know which world this fragment belonged to. It was completely different from the worlds he had encountered before. At this time, the people outside were also watching the performances of the people in this world. Although this world was vast and boundless, the ancient Phoenix realm always had a way to display their images. The scope of everyone's attention was naturally different. However, these 200 people were all peerless characters. They didn't want to miss any one of them. There were many obstacles along the way. Many of the ferocious beasts had become obstacles for the people. However, they only slightly hindered their footsteps. Those two people are fighting. Hiss! It's Jiren Wang and the 8-armed silver dragon. Someone cried out in surprise. In the middle of the few scenes, a young man with peerless talent was fighting against a ferocious silver dragon with 8 arms. Both sides attacked each other without holding back at all. Both of them were peerless experts. This time, their attacks were earth-shattering. Even the world that the ancient Phoenix realm had prepared was showing signs of being unable to bear it. Why are they fighting? Don't tell me they don't want the token anymore? Someone asked doubtfully. These peerless characters might not have come to participate in this martial arts competition. Didn't you see that they haven't even come in person? Whether it's Jiren Wang or the 8-armed silver dragon, all of them have come with their clones. That's true. I've heard that when the Kurfürst Road opened 100,000 years ago, the two of them once fought in the Kurfürst Road. The 8-armed silver dragon suffered a great loss in the hands of Jiren Wang and directly withdrew from the Kurfürst Road that time. No wonder this time he was so crazy when he saw Jiren Wang. This is a waste of people's opportunities. An old antique said ambiguously. He had also heard about the things that happened in the Kurfürst Road, but he wasn't very clear about it. Jiren Wang is even more terrifying than I had imagined. These 8-armed silver dragons are considered as a special species among the dragon race. They don't have many clansmen, but every one of them is an earth-shattering existence. They don't obey the rules of the heavens and earth, and they don't obey the rules of the Dragon Island. They are free and unfettered, but most of them are hot-tempered. They can destroy the world with just a thought, depending on their mood. Yeah, Jiren Wang was actually able to force the 8-armed silver dragon out of the Kurfürst Road. His power is unimaginable. Now that the real bodies of both sides are gone, the doppelgangers can fight with all their strength. But if the doppelgangers are already so powerful, how strong must the real body be? Someone couldn't help but ask. However, everyone could also see that whether it was Jiren Wang or the 8-armed silver dragon, they didn't care much about this martial arts competition. It was more like they were here to deal with an errand. Heavens, how long has it been since it started? The first winner has already appeared. Everyone looked up and saw that there was already a victor on the battle ring above the clouds. Who else could it be other than Ao Chaozong? Ao Chaozong's clothes were clean, and he didn't look like he had gone through a great battle. However, those who were really paying attention to his battle just now were very clear that Ao Chaozong had gone through a great battle and defeated several opponents before successfully obtaining the token. So strong! Among so many top-notch experts, Ao Chaozong is the best. He hasn't shown his true strength yet. He is definitely the favorite to win. Speaking of which, Ao Chaozong is also one of the rising figures in the last 100,000 years. I heard that he planned to participate in this time's Kurfürst Road. Who would have thought that his real body would come here in person? Looks like he is determined to get the heavenly phoenix bloodline. Everyone was staring at those heroes, and they all wished they could have a few more pairs of eyes to look at them. A few people who had been paid attention to for a long time had indeed gone on a killing spree. Although there were some monstrous geniuses who came, these monstrous geniuses obviously didn't care too much about this martial arts competition. Their real bodies were enough to kill in all directions, but they were only clones, and they couldn't suppress all directions. Therefore, they didn't care too much about it. The hidden corpse also won, someone exclaimed, and found that a coffin had appeared on the battle ring above the clouds. The hidden corpse didn't even come out of the coffin, and he didn't really fight. Even so, he still defeated many strong opponents and obtained a token. His strength is unfathomable. The third person to go up was the young hierarch of the Heaven Evolution sect, Xue Xiaohua. He led a luxurious carriage into the battle ring. Almost at the next moment, when Xue Xiaohua entered the battle ring, a man whose whole body was burning with flames also entered the battle ring. The flames dissipated, and a handsome young man could be seen. He was the peerless figure of the Phoenix clan, Feng Zihao. His appearance immediately caused a commotion among the many experts of the Phoenix clan. Fortunately, Feng Zihao's appearance didn't disappoint them. Although the first 3 places had been taken by others, he was able to become the champion in the end. The people who had won the championship relied on their tyrannical strength. A moment's difference didn't matter at all. However, what made them somewhat worried was that the Phoenix clan had sent a lot of people this time, but in the end, only Feng Zihao had passed the preliminary test, and the others had been defeated one after another. And at this time, the 5th person had also appeared. This was an incomparably huge tree that had descended from the sky. Its whole body was golden, and it looked like a golden tree. This was a divine wood powerhouse, and he also had an illustrious name in the outside world, Diamond Wood. He didn't even want to transform into a human form, and directly appeared in his original form. However, his strength was still not something that anyone dared to look down on. Diamond Wood was known as an indestructible wood, and innately had an indestructible body. After the Diamond Wood, the 6th person quickly appeared. It was actually none other than Ji Renwang, who had just beheaded the 8-armed silver dragon. That battle was witnessed by everyone. It could be said that the sky and earth had changed color, and the sun, moon, and stars had dimmed. The 8-armed silver dragon definitely had the strength to be ranked among the top 10, but in the end he was almost crushed by Ji Renwang. The difference in strength between both sides was still too big. Ji Renwang's real body had once caused the 8-armed silver dragon's real body to suffer a great loss, and the battle between the doppelgangers was unexpectedly without any suspense. Everyone couldn't help but sigh in admiration at Ji Renwang's strength. Even after experiencing a great battle, Ji Renwang still managed to catch up and become the 6th person. The 5 people who had already arrived were also quite vigilant towards Ji Renwang. This was a terrifying existence, and even if it was just a doppelganger, it was enough to give everyone huge pressure. After Ji Renwang, the 7th person quickly appeared, and a huge ferocious bird flew in from the sky. Kuin Peng! Many people present were in an uproar. Not everyone knew that a Kuin Peng had arrived. The legend of Kuin Peng was naturally needless to say, and the legend of the ancient demon master was still a legend. However, Since the decline of the ancient heavenly court, Kuan Peng's bloodline rarely appeared, and no one had expected to see a pure-blooded Kuan Peng here. This ferocious bird's body was full of hostility, and the power coming from its bloodline was shocking. Everyone didn't care about it, because Kuan Peng was ranked first among the top 10 ferocious birds, and not among the ranks of divine birds, because the hostility of Kuan Peng was incomparably deep. As more and more people appeared on the arena, Yi Shiwen's incarnation of Deadly Scholar was still on the way, but he was a bit unlucky and couldn't find the token in time. In such a bright world, even with the range of the divine sense of the gods, it was impossible to find all the tokens in a short period of time, not to mention that the range was limited to 10,000 miles. 10,000 miles seemed to be endless, but it was like looking for a needle in a haystack in this world. Naturally, it would be a bit slow. Yi Shiwen also began to feel a bit anxious. However, he still quickly found the token in his area. He directly rushed towards the direction where the battle was the most intense, and sure enough, it was over there. In mid-air, a token was floating, constantly bobbing up and down. Yi Shiwen hurriedly rushed forward, and was immediately stopped by two people. "This place has already been taken over by our overlord sect. Please stop." These two people were not ordinary people. Do you think you're the owner of a fish pond and take over the whole world? However, I'm also curious, why is it allowed to bring underlings in here? Yi Shiwen said indifferently. The two people's faces were also very ugly. Yi Shiwen's words were clearly ridiculing them. That's right, Yi Shiwen was ridiculing them. These two people were definitely outstanding people in the outside world, but now they were willing to become the underlings of some overlord sect's pawn master. So they definitely couldn't look good. Think about it carefully. This is a live broadcast to the outside world, and your sect sent you here, so you definitely can't be someone's underling, right? You're really throwing away the face of your sect. Yi Shiwen said unhurriedly. The two people's faces alternated between green and white. Before they came in, they were also full of heroic spirit and wanted to make a name for themselves in front of everyone. Who would have thought that not long after they came in, they would be beaten to the ground? I think you're courting death. One of them was a young man with two long horns on his forehead. Yi Shiwen didn't know what race he belonged to. However, he suddenly pulled out a long horn from his forehead and thrust it towards Yi Shiwen like a spear. It seemed as if he wanted to kill Yi Shiwen in an instant. He was already completely angry out of humiliation. Dang! This long horn directly slashed down and landed 3 feet in front of Yi Shiwen, but it couldn't advance or retreat. It couldn't pierce into Yi Shiwen's divine body at all. Only this level. No wonder you can only be someone's underling. Yi Shiwen's words were not the slightest bit lenient, but his hands were not slow at all. A lightning spear directly condensed and incomparably bright, constantly bursting out with the sound of thunder, and then fiercely bombarded out, instantly piercing through the young man with the long horn, completely nailing him to the ground. With just one blow, he defeated an Eternal Realm Master. Such a situation shocked everyone inside and outside the world. Chapter 2464. The other young man was completely shocked and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He did not expect Yi Shiwen to be so fierce. It seemed that he had just stepped into the Eternal Realm, but he was able to nail an Eternal Realm late-stage master to the ground and keep struggling. At this moment, he only felt a deep sense of helplessness. They were all geniuses in their respective sects, but it was clear that if they wanted to dominate here, just being a genius was far from enough. You had to be a monster. Only then would it be possible. The one in front of him was probably the same as the one from the Overlord Emperor sect. They were both monsters. Friend, why do you have to be like this? We were also entrusted by others. He could not help but say, I am too lazy to make things difficult for you. Get out of my way. Otherwise, if you die in my hands later, there will be nothing left to say. Yi Shiwen said faintly, pulling out the lightning spear from the longhorn young man's body, and blood splashed out. When the two of them saw this scene, how could they dare to stay any longer? They hurriedly ran away. This time they had lost all their face. Not only did they not make a name for themselves, but they had also become someone else's lackeys. If this news were to spread back, one could imagine how big of a shock it would be. However, there were too many monsters here, and there was no way for ordinary people to survive. They even looked at Yi Shiwen with hatred. Let those two monsters fight. They did not want to get involved. At this time, Yi Shiwen rushed over, only to see that an expert of the ape clan had just defeated all the competitors, and his hand was about to take the token. Zha! A huge sound of breaking through the air came, and a lightning like a spear slashed towards his hand. His skill was extremely fast, and he dodged at the critical moment, narrowly avoiding the lightning spear. Who dares to plot against me? The expert of the ape clan suddenly became furious, and his gaze swept out, only to see that the person was actually a human, and he could not help but become even more furious. A mere human in the early stage of the eternal realm, at most the middle stage, dared to provoke him. It was simply courting death. His figure was vigorous, and he leaped hundreds of feet, swooping down from the sky. An iron rod appeared in his hand, and with a sharp rod, it smashed down towards Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen did not let him mess around, and directly reached out with one hand, blocking the rod. Huh! With a loud sound, intense radiance flickered, setting off a boundless energy tide. The strength of this expert of the ape clan was very powerful. He could almost sweep away anyone. His staff had smashed the sky down. However, Yi Shiwen didn't move at all. Instead, he received this attack with amazing strength. Who is that person? He was actually able to block Yuan Hong's attack? Someone asked in amazement. Compared to Yi Shiwen, that ape race expert was too famous. That Yuan Hong seems to be from a very mysterious organization. There aren't many people in this organization, but every one of them is an elite. Most importantly, this organization has always recruited experts from the ape race. They don't even spare a glance for experts from other races. Someone recalled and said, that's right. 100,000 years ago, Yuan Hong's performance on the Kurfürst Road was already very eye-catching. I didn't expect that even he would participate in this martial arts competition for a spouse. The ancient Phoenix realm has really put in a lot of effort. However, Yuan Hong should be a doppelganger and not his real body. Otherwise, how could he not have seized a token? Who are you? Yuan Hong saw that Yi Shiwen was not beheaded in one strike and felt a little strange. This was very rare, and this was an expert worth paying attention to. Deadly Scholar, Yi Shiwen said indifferently. Yuan Hong's complexion became angry. This was obviously a nickname, and he was not even willing to tell his real name. He simply did not put Yuan Hong in his eyes. I don't care if you are the Deadly Scholar or not. You dare to snatch my token? Only death awaits you. Yuan Hong said coldly. Just a doppelganger, and you dare to be so arrogant? Yi Shiwen said coldly. I advise you to seize the other tokens now. Otherwise, you won't have a share if you don't have enough time. Arrogant? A mere junior dares to be arrogant in front of me. Yuan Hong said coldly. His name had already shaken the world 100,000 years ago, and Yi Shiwen was still unknown at that time. Naturally, he was not qualified to be compared with him. You can only rely on your seniority. Apart from having cultivated for a long time, you don't have any other abilities. Yi Shiwen sneered, and with a blinding thunder step, his whole body turned into a ball of lightning and instantly rushed in front of the token. Courting death. Yuan Hong suddenly became furious. Yi Shiwen was carrying out a surprise attack and did not put him in his eyes at all. He directly smashed the iron rod in his hand, and the void shattered. Between heaven and earth, divine power surged violently and exploded. Those who had been beaten down by Yuan Hong quickly screamed and fled in all directions. This power was too terrifying, and under the influence of Yuan Hong's anger, his strength was frightening. Yi Shiwen was injured, and a long halberd appeared. The light of the lightning triggered a thunder dragon and directly collided with the iron rod. Boom! In an instant, the halberd exploded on the spot. This was a middle-grade divine tool that Yi Shiwen had refined in the past few decades. For him, this was not a difficult task, and in order to conceal his identity, he simply made a full set. The Thunder Dragon Halberd was the name of this long halberd, and it was very impressive. Both divine tools were not ordinary, and the violent collision caused countless people to be completely terrified. Even the many experts who were watching the battle were shocked to see the scene. The collision between the two was extremely shocking. Be it Yi Shiwen or Yuan Hong, they both displayed astonishing strength. Yuan Hong was only a clone, but he was already able to suppress many peerless geniuses. No wonder he was an antique monster for more than 100,000 years ago. If his real body was here, a cold snort would be enough to severely injure an ordinary immortal-level expert. The deadly scholar was indeed amazing, as he could actually fight Yuan Hong's clone to a standstill. Die! Yuan Hong's hair stood on end, and with a loud roar the iron rod in his hand smashed down at an astonishing speed. He did not hold back at all, and it was very much like the scene of violent apes wreaking havoc in ancient times. Humph! I'm not playing with you anymore. Yi Shiwen laughed and directly crushed the token. His whole body was instantly wrapped in a ball of light, and he was instantly transported to the arena above the clouds. Roar! Yuan Hong's loud roar could still be heard from the broken space crack. Damned human, I'll definitely not let you go. One by one, everyone who had arrived at the scene cast sidelong glances at Yi Shiwen. They had obviously recognized Yuan Hong's identity, but they couldn't understand what kind of method he had used to provoke Yuan Hong to the point where he had flown into a violent rage. Especially Jiren Wang. He looked at Yi Shiwen strangely because he remembered that there were 2 spots in the martial sect. One was taken by his doppelganger, and the other was taken by this life-stealing scholar. He also had some guesses about this life-stealing scholar's identity. Originally, he did not care much about these juniors. To the gods, they were immortals, and the ordinary way of categorizing them was meaningless to them. Therefore, they simply used the Kurfürst Road as the way of categorizing them. Those who were less than 100,000 years old were considered juniors, and those who were more than 100,000 years old were considered antiques. 200,000 years ago, he had already taken the lead. Ordinary juniors in the martial sect would not attract the attention of others. Every year, there would be a large number of people entering the martial sect. However, in 10,000 years, there might not be a single person who could compare to them. Therefore, he was a little interested in this deadly scholar. After all, he had given the place to this person. The martial sect was not too enthusiastic about this matter. The Qin Emperor had finally achieved the Tao with the body of a mortal, so he had always scoffed at the so-called bloodline. Only a decadent force like the ancient Phoenix Realm's Dragon Island would not let go to prove how outstanding they were. However, he also did not expect that this deadly scholar would actually make it to the top 10, and even provoke Yuan Hong to the point of almost stamping with thunder. Yi Shiwen glanced around, and discovered that he was the 8th person, and not the last one. However, he soon discovered a huge rock standing at the side, looking somewhat proud and aloof. However, Yi Shiwen could still recognize him at first glance, no matter how his appearance had changed. This Kuan Peng was the little foodie from the past. He had been taken away by the seniors of the Hidden Valley back then. Yi Shiwen hadn't expected that he would see this little foodie again here. Moreover, it had already grown to such an extent. Initially, he had wanted to keep little Kuan Peng as a spiritual pet. However, little Kuan Peng saw him as his closest kin. Humans were made of flesh and blood. Over time, the relationship between the two of them became very deep. Hence, he decided to let little Kuan Peng go. It was also to allow him to have a better future. Later on, he had asked the Master of Flames indirectly about the Hidden Valley Elder who had taken the young Kuin Peng away. It was very likely that he was one of the Hidden Valley's Regis, a pure-blooded, golden-winged great Peng. Some said that the Golden Rock was the son of a phoenix, while others said that the Golden Rock's bloodline was very close to the Rock's. However, no matter what, it was still a bird's bloodline, and was naturally more suitable to teach than him. Therefore, Yi Shiwen gradually felt relieved. When they met again, everything was the same, but the young Rock had become stronger. Although he did not know why he had become the representative of the Hidden Valley, it was naturally extremely advantageous for Yi Shiwen to have one more person on his side in the top 10 candidates. Both parties had a spiritual connection. Even though Yi Shiwen had changed beyond recognition, the young Rock still recognized Yi Shiwen immediately. It was only because Yi Shiwen had comforted him through telepathy that he did not recognize him immediately. "Oh, it seems that I've occupied a good spot. The 9th 9x9 Supremes is referring to me, ha ha ha." Suddenly, a burst of loud laughter wrapped in a ball of light was transmitted to the arena. Chapter 2465. A young man walked in with big strides. He was very arrogant. Who else could it be but Yi Wuti? As the master of the ancient heavenly court, he naturally had the right to come. He had arrogantly snatched the 9th token, and had even called himself the 9 Supremes. This made many people present at the scene speechless. Yi Shiwen was also extremely speechless. How many years has it been? He hasn't changed at all. Yi Wuti, are you here to cause trouble? I won't let you go. Feng Zaheo stepped forward and asked. Yi Wuti had come to support Yi Shiwen last time. He had caused the ancient Phoenix realm to lose face in front of everyone. As the pride of the ancient Phoenix realm, he was naturally very unhappy. It was just that he wasn't here last time. This time he wouldn't let it go so easily. Cause trouble? Oh, I've been seen through. I'm here to cause trouble. Why? Bite me if you can. Yi Wuti said with a smile. Worst comes to worst, we'll just fight here. Feng Zaheo's expression was unsightly. He had never met such a shameless fellow before. The dignity of an expert was probably nonsense in Yi Wuti's heart. If Yi Wuti were to say it, he would probably say that dignity was nothing. As long as he could achieve his goal, he wouldn't care what methods he used. The others also looked at Yi Wuti with interest. Compared to Yi Shiwen, Yi Wuti's reputation was much higher, not to mention anything else, just by holding the tiger skin of the ancient heavenly court, who would dare to not give him face. In the past, no one knew about it. However, with the restoration of the ancient heavenly court, many ancient demon clans and organizations responded one after another. This made people know that the ancient heavenly court wasn't just an empty shell to scare people. It was a big tiger that could really bite people. However, he still dared to come at this time. It was beyond many people's expectations. Is that immoral person the master of the ancient heavenly court, Yi Wuti? What a scam! The image of the ancient heavenly court, the dignity of the ancient demon emperor, has been thrown away. Someone wailed in grief. He was one of the worshippers of the ancient demon emperors. Now that he saw that their successor was actually so shameless, he couldn't help but feel extremely depressed. What do you know? Don't underestimate Yi Wuti. A few years ago, a descendant of the Golden Crow clan caused trouble in the ancient celestial court. He wanted to take back the leadership of the ancient celestial court. In the end, he crushed the body of their so-called genius in front of everyone. He almost died. Someone in the know said disdainfully, Golden Crow clan? Isn't the Golden Crow clan extinct? Someone couldn't help but ask. Of course, it's not the purebred Golden Crow clan. They're all subspecies. There weren't many members of the Golden Crow clan back then. They only left some subspecies outside, like the golden feather crow and the sunbird. They're all subspecies. However, these people obviously had the wrong idea. They bullied him because he was young and wanted to take back the leadership of the ancient heavenly court. They're really courting death. That's true. If the ancient celestial court could be re-established, how could there not be one or two powerful figures? Those subspecies seem to be powerful figures, but their real strength is far inferior to the real Golden Crow clan. How dare they come to snatch the power of the ancient celestial court? They must be courting death. In other words, Yi Wuti entered the ancient heavenly court as an outsider. It's said that he obtained the inheritance of the Demon King. Some people even said that he once saw the Eastern Emperor Bel. That's why those ancient tribes recognize the ancient heavenly court that has been restored. So what's the point of bloodline? Obtaining the inheritance of the Demon King is the most important thing. That's why it's strange to see Yi Wuti here. Although the Golden Crow clan isn't as complicated as the Dragon and Phoenix clan, there are still many subspecies left behind. If these tribes unite to take back the leadership of the ancient heavenly court, it'll be a big problem. I didn't expect him to put down these things to fight for the husband of the Phoenix goddess. TSK, it's really unexpected. Don't you know? Yi Wuti and Yi Shiwen are good brothers. He doesn't want to fight for himself. He wants to wipe out all the opponents for Yi Shiwen. Someone in the know said, Yi Shiwen is lucky. Unfortunately, he's a coward. He actually didn't show up. Someone said with complete disdain. Although they could understand that the experts that came this time were too terrifying, they still looked down on Yi Shiwen from the bottom of their hearts. Feng Zaheo suppressed his anger and said, Yi Wuti, I hope you don't meddle. Even Yi Shiwen himself didn't come. Why do you have to go against our ancient Phoenix realm? It's not your place to talk about what I do. Besides, even if I don't come, do you think you can eat everyone? That's too funny. Yi Wuti said coldly. Feng Zaheo said coldly. You better not meet me later or else what? You better pray that you don't meet me. Otherwise, I'll teach you how to be a person. I'll let you know what it means to be an expert in dealing with all kinds of disobedience. Yi Wuti said arrogantly. Feng Zaheo was furious, but he didn't attack because he was very clear that Yi Wuti was deliberately provoking him. However, he couldn't attack because of this. Otherwise, it would be breaking the taboo of the clan. If he really couldn't find a suitable candidate, then he wouldn't let the goodies flow to others. Damned human, where are you? Only an angry voice could be heard. Yuan Hong appeared under the arena while holding a long rod in his hand. He was wrapped in a ball of light. Everyone looked at Yi Shiwen. They were also very clear that the person who made Yuan Hong so angry was none other than Yi Shiwen. You're looking for me? Yi Shiwen said with a smile. Yes, you're dead. You actually dared to fool me. Yuan Hong said angrily. So what if I fool you? If you have the ability, then bite me. Yi Shiwen said with a smile. Everyone's expression suddenly became strange. Wasn't this the conversation between Yi Wuti and Feng Zaheo? You're courting death. Yuan Hong firmly held the iron rod. In the end, he didn't attack. He was very clear about where he was. If he didn't follow the rules, then he would cause trouble for the ancient Phoenix realm. If he came to cause trouble, then the ancient Phoenix realm wouldn't let him off easily. Wait a moment, I'll crush you bit by bit. You better pray that you don't meet me later. Otherwise, I'll teach you how to be a person. Do you know what it means to be an expert in dealing with all kinds of disobedience? I am, Yi Shiwen said with a sneer. This time, the others couldn't help but laugh. This was clearly a pirated version of Yi Wuti's words. However, they didn't know that even these words had been given to Yi Wuti by Yi Shiwen. He was the original. Yuan Hong's complexion changed between green and white. In his opinion, these people were clearly laughing at him. This was really intolerable. Yi Wuti also looked at Yi Shiwen suspiciously. It seemed a little strange. These words were used so skillfully. It didn't seem like Yi Shiwen had just learned them. Besides, Yuan Hong, another person's complexion, was also very ugly. It was Feng Zaheo. He had been choked by Yi Wuti's words and had nothing to say. Now that Yi Shiwen had mentioned these words again, it was simply a slap to his face in front of everyone. Therefore, he secretly bore a grudge against Yi Shiwen. Since the top 10 have been selected, then let's begin. This round is the semifinals. The selection rules are like this. You'll draw 3 opponents, and the final result will be determined. The winner of all 3 will enter the finals. At this time, Feng Nanshan's voice appeared high up in the sky. What if the results are about the same? Diamond would open his mouth and asked, buzzing continuously. If the results are about the same, then the total time used to win will be calculated. The one who won will advance. Feng Nantian said. Everyone calculated in their hearts. This meant that not only would they have to win all 3 battles, but they would also have to use enough time. Otherwise, it wouldn't be safe. If it was a sequential battle, then this situation shouldn't occur. If it was a sequential battle, at most, only 2 people could win all 3 battles. Then it wouldn't be so troublesome. If there are no questions, the first round will officially begin. As soon as Feng Nantian gave the order, rays of light immediately emerged on the arena. Everyone was transported into a huge arena. This was a huge arena that was specially built for battles. There were marks of time everywhere. Many places had been severely weathered. However, since the ancient Phoenix realm had sent them here, then it should be a place that could withstand the battle of god level. Very soon, his first opponent was also transported in. It wasn't Yuan Hong, but Xue Xiaohua. Xue Xiaohua was dressed in a luxurious robe, and he looked at Yi Shiwen with his head held high. Just when Yi Shiwen thought that he would say something, he saw Xue Xiaohua suddenly stride forward. The ground shrank to an inch, and he suddenly appeared in front of Yi Shiwen. A long saber instantly appeared in his hand. Countless saber principles turned into talismans and twined around it. With a terrifying saber light, he ruthlessly slashed out. Heaven's derivation saber technique. It was another earth-shattering saber technique. Many people who were watching the battle were instantly shocked. This Xue Xiaohua actually attacked without saying a word. He was also a ruthless person. Yi Shiwen's reaction wasn't slow at all. He turned into a ball of lightning with a flickering thunder step and fled far away. His gaze towards Xue Xiaohua was also a bit more solemn. The first impression that Xue Xiaohua gave him was that of a very showy, rich young master. He looked like an empty, showy young master. He wasn't worthy of vigilance at all. Yi Shiwen thought that he would give a long speech. Who would have thought that he was the most ruthless one? He was ruthless and decisive. It was completely different from the showy appearance that he had deliberately displayed before. He was too scheming. If it was someone else, they might have suffered on the spot. However, the speed of his flickering thunderstep was too fast, and he could use it more. Xue Xiaohua was also a bit surprised. He didn't expect Yi Shiwen to be able to use it more at the last moment. This speed was already much faster than what he had expected. However, he didn't show any expression. Even if he only relied on his own strength, he wasn't afraid of anyone. He was the strongest person, the young master of the Heaven Evolution sect. You have some cultivation, but this is as far as you can go. Chapter 2466. Xue Xiaohua's strength was obviously not an undeserved reputation. In an instant, his whole person stood proudly, and his aura suddenly rose by several levels, instantly bursting out. In an instant, he was like a god that had existed since ancient times, directly attacking from the other end of the river of time. Above his head, bursts of mist spewed out, turning into a huge world, expanding in all directions. Such a vision was really shocking. This is the Sky Spill world. Legend has it that the ancient Sky Spill sect's leader once used this supreme power to evolve a world to comprehend the Great Path. The Sky Spill world is an extremely difficult magical power to cultivate, but once it is cultivated, I'm afraid that the future is limitless. It can even directly transform the Sky Spill world into a divine kingdom. In that case, it will save a lot of effort. With this strength alone, I'm afraid that Xue Xiaohua is not far from the sage realm. Many people were shocked. Xue Xiaohua's move was really amazing. In front of my sky spill world, no one can stand. Xue Xiaohua roared and really launched an attack. Although he could suddenly kill, he believed that there was no problem with his strength, and he was not inferior to anyone in a head-on fight. This sky spill world turned into a domain covering the entire arena. In the sky spill world, everything between heaven and earth was constantly evolving, and life was constantly being born. With every life that was born, Xue Xiaohua's strength was constantly increasing, as if he was absorbing the power of these life forms. Yi Shiwen stood still, as if he did not see it. This is not good. This Xue Xiaohua's sky spill world is very difficult to deal with. The more time he is given, the more terrifying it becomes. In the end, Xue Xiaohua doesn't even need to do anything. Just by relying on the power of the sky spill world, he can suppress that deadly scholar. A sharp-eyed person outside said. The sky spill world of the sky spill sect was famous, and many people knew about it. They did not dare to say that they understood the essence, but they were very familiar with the general horror. Xue Xiaohua saw that Yi Shiwen did not move and felt a little strange. This kind of behavior looked very strange. Are you scared, silly? Xue Xiaohua couldn't help but ask. He was too lazy to ask, but everything in front of him was too strange. Yi Shiwen didn't move at all, as if he didn't care at all. This made a kind of uneasiness emerge in Xue Xiaohua's heart, and it became more and more intense. I'm waiting for your sky spill world to finish evolving, Yi Shiwen faintly said. Sky spill world, what a great name. If I read it all, wouldn't it be a pity? Xue Xiaohua's face immediately fell. The other party didn't put him in his eyes at all. He even dared to say that he would wait for his sky spill world to complete its evolution. The crowd that was watching the battle from the outside was in an uproar as well. This life-stealing scholar sure was arrogant. Wasn't he afraid that the wind would cut his tongue? For the sky spill world to have such an awe-inspiring reputation, it wasn't just boasting. Rather, it had been forged through countless battles. He actually wanted to see the sky spill world activate to its peak. This was simply insane. At that time, Xue Xiaohua's strength would simply multiply. The difficulty would be unimaginable. What did he have to rely on? Yi Shiwen didn't care about the crowd's surprise. On the contrary, he calmed his heart and began to comprehend the process of the sky spill world's evolution. It was said that when the sky spill world evolved to its peak, it could really form a world. It wasn't a fake, but a real world. It could even directly form a divine kingdom. What an amazing technique. Yi Shiwen was also very interested in this technique. If he could also evolve it, it would be much easier for him to condense a divine kingdom in the future and enter the sage realm. It could be considered as preparing for a rainy day. If it were someone else, they would probably only be able to do, as Yi Shiwen had said. They would only be able to observe the horrors of the sky spill world. But Yi Shiwen was different. He constantly operated the mysterious space and analyzed this supreme magical technique. He remembered all the details of the analysis and began to faintly evolve it in his own divine body. Xue Xiaohua probably never dreamed that Yi Shiwen could actually do this. What was even more terrifying was that Yi Shiwen could actually truly analyze his sky spill world. However, he was provoked by Yi Shiwen's words. He was also determined to teach Yi Shiwen a huge lesson. Originally, the sky spill world had to be evolved halfway, because the opponent would not give you the opportunity to evolve it completely unless you were crazy. Now that he had encountered such a psychopath, it was just right. He would let everyone see the horror of the sky spill world and how terrible it was when the sky spill world evolved to its peak. As for whether or not others would discover his trump cards, he was not worried. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks were useless. The evolution of the sky spill world was getting faster and faster, and Yi Shiwen's analysis was also getting faster and faster. In his eyes, there seemed to be a world being born and destroyed. When he opened his eyes, the world existed. When he closed his eyes, the world was destroyed. This was an extremely terrifying realm and also an extremely terrifying magical technique. In his divine body, it was constantly evolving and constantly rushing out. Finally, the sky spill world had evolved to its peak. The restraint on Yi Shiwen had reached its peak. In this world that was like a real world, Yi Shiwen clearly felt the repulsion of the world power. This was an indescribable feeling. It was a feeling of rejection. It was very uncomfortable and an inexplicable pressure. This was far more terrifying than any domain that Yi Shiwen had ever felt before. This was also the reason why the sky spill world was known by countless people. It was extremely terrifying. Well, next, it's your turn to die. Xue Xiaohua's face showed a bit of a sneer. His expression was a bit ferocious. He didn't care about this. Yi Shiwen seemed to be from the martial sect, and his background was not small. He only had one feeling, and that was that he wanted Yi Shiwen to die without a burial place. Yi Shiwen actually dared to look down on him like this. Walala! There was a loud sound of breaking through the air. In midair, the power of heaven and earth directly manifested into a chain that caught Yi Shiwen. In an instant, the world was turned upside down and the mountains and rivers changed color. Is this all you've got? I'm really disappointed. At this time, Yi Shiwen finally moved. His body instantly spewed out countless power of thunder. These power of thunder turned into thunder dragons in midair, wrapping around his body like a thunder armor. When these captured chains approached Yi Shiwen's divine body, some of the thunder dragons opened their mouths and swallowed them. They were unable to do anything to Yi Shiwen. The thunder technique resisted the power of heaven and earth. It was an earth-shattering collision. Many people outside couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw the scene. There was no need to mention how terrifying the sky spill world was. It was as if it could pass through the screen and crush their bodies. But even so, it was useless against Yi Shiwen. It was completely swallowed up by Yi Shiwen's thunder technique. It was completely incomparable to the situation where they imagined that they could suppress Yi Shiwen with just the power of the world. Their thoughts were too simple. Only at this level. It's too easy for me to break it. This is indeed a very powerful technique, but you are still far from it. Yi Shiwen sneered and said. The power of thunder suddenly burst out of his body and instantly turned into a sea of thunder and lightning. The entire arena was shrouded in this sea of thunder and lightning. Countless thunder dragons were constantly bobbing up and down in this sea of thunder and lightning. They were swimming freely. If Xue Xiaohua was evolving a world just now, evolving a prosperous world, then Yi Shiwen was completely destroying the world. At this time, he stood in a world like a legendary god of destruction, carrying endless thunder and lightning to destroy this dirty world. At this moment, it was as if the morale of the ancient times had returned. One side was creating the world, and the other side was destroying the world. These were two completely different systems, and it was impossible for them to have any compatibility problems. Xue Xiaohua saw that his sky spill world did not seem to be able to do anything to the other party. It seemed that the other party had repeatedly found the flaws of his world. Step by step, every step was aimed at the weak points. But only he knew that although he could evolve the sky spill world, it wasn't perfect. He didn't have that kind of terrifying skill, but how could others know, let alone find the flaws of his world? Even the people in the sky spill church, who also cultivated the sky spill world, could not see the flaws at a glance. How could an outsider like him see it? However, he didn't know that Yi Shiwen had already deduced his sky spill world just now. As long as he wanted to, he could evolve a sky spill world in an instant. Therefore, Yi Shiwen had long understood the various mysteries of the sky spill world. He was even clearer than Xue Xiaohua. Naturally, he could see the loopholes in his sky spill world at a glance. All the places he walked were the flaws and flaws of the sky spill world. In this way, he could minimize the pressure from the sky spill world. Therefore, the seemingly powerful sky spill world also had such weaknesses. However, such weaknesses were not considered weaknesses, because apart from Yi Shiwen, who could see the weaknesses of the sky spill world at a glance, you are courting death. Xue Xiaohua could no longer hold it in at this time and instantly attacked. It was the same sky spill saber technique, but the saber light was much stronger than before. Although the sky spill world could not suppress Yi Shiwen, in the complete sky spill world, Xue Xiaohua's strength had improved a lot. This was his home ground, and he was confident that he could suppress all opponents. The biggest mistake you made today was to allow me to completely evolve the sky spill world. In order to repay you, I will not kill you today. I will only cripple your martial arts. Ha ha ha! Xue Xiaohua said in a controlled manner. Shua! The saber light shocked the sky. Chapter 2467. At the same time, Xue Xiaohua's entire body rushed forward, and Yi Shiwen's thunder dragon halberd also appeared in his hand, slamming into it. Boom! There was a huge roar, and the void was torn apart. The two were like ancient celestial emperors fighting, and suddenly both sides were evenly matched. The two were evenly matched, but in the eyes of many, this was the real key. Xue Xiaohua, under the blessing of the sky spill world, still can't take down the life-stealing scholar. What is going on? After the explanation, just now, even those who did not understand were very clear at this time about the horror of the sky spill world. Once it evolved, one's strength would almost double, and it was very terrifying. Yi Shiwen completely let the sky spill world take shape, and now he should be in a difficult situation, but he was still able to fight Xue Xiaohua to a draw, which was enough to attract attention. This life-stealing scholar is stronger than I thought. His thunder technique is so terrifying. The big shots of the ancient Phoenix world also looked towards Yi Shiwen on the cloud platform. They had been more optimistic about Xue Xiaohua. After all, none of these people wasn't an expert. So, how could they not see who was strong and who was weak? One side was at the peak of the eternal realm, and the other was only at the middle stage of the eternal realm. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Yi Shiwen's method of obtaining the token at the beginning was also a bit of a trick, more or less a sneak attack. So in the subconscious of many people, Yi Shiwen was not qualified. In a fair fight, he should not be Xue Xiaohua's opponent. But now he gave them a completely unexpected feeling. Xue Xiaohua failed to take down Yi Shiwen in one blow, and a little anger appeared on his face. It was really a shame that he could not take down a middle stage of the eternal realm in one blow. It's useless in the sky spill world. No matter what you do, you can't get rid of the shackles. You will definitely be defeated because of my injury. Xue Xiaohua roared and raised his long saber again, turning it into a sky full of saber light. If one looked carefully, one could see golden talismans. These talismans had great power, and they were refined by him for many years. Now, they completely crushed Yi Shiwen's body. Yi Shiwen knew that Xue Xiaohua's strength was very strong and was infinitely close to the legendary sage realm. It had to be said that he had already reached the peak. Even in the peak of the eternal realm, it was enough to sweep away. There were really not many who could be his opponent. If he were to fight 100 years ago, he would definitely not be Xue Xiaohua's opponent, but it was different now. Everything was different. He had encountered the current Yi Shiwen. After decades of cultivation, his thunder technique had reached an earth-shattering level. The power of thunder on Yi Shiwen's body transformed into a thunder dragon and roared unceasingly. He held the thunder dragon halberd in his hand and met the attack head-on. Boom! Both sides clashed for the third time, each time more terrifying than the last. Neither side dared to hold back, nor did they have any intention of holding back. They wanted to kill each other. Killing intent abruptly soared into the sky. The comprehensions of both sides turned into talismans and devoured each other. Two huge domains crazily collided, and in this arena, one could see two world-shaking scenes of creation and destruction. However, even in such an intense battle, this arena did not move at all. It was indeed a precious treasure, although it looked seriously weathered. In fact, it still had a power that ordinary treasures could not compare to. At the same time, everyone was also shocked. This was only the third collision, but it was already so intense. Both sides did not have any intention of testing each other, and once they started, they attacked with killing intent, showing no mercy at all. Xue Xiaohua is also feeling the pressure. Otherwise, with his advantage in terms of cultivation level, he would rarely make such a move, even when facing someone at the same peak of the eternal realm. He actually went all out. This life-stealing scholar is really extraordinary. This life-stealing scholar is from the martial sect. I don't know which branch he is from, but it is not surprising that there are a few freaks from the martial sect. After someone explained, everyone actually found that thinking about it made them feel much better. Yes, it was not surprising that there were monsters from the martial sect. Didn't you see that Ji Renwang? He was simply terrifying to the extreme. He was just a clone, but it was enough to suppress 10 heavens and 8 earths. Both sides are not ordinary people. This is a wonderful battle, someone exclaimed. 5 battles unfolded at the same time. Any one of these 10 people would attract the attention of countless people wherever they appeared. Now that they were fighting at the same time, even if their primordial spirits were split to watch, there was still a feeling of dizziness. Their fight was too terrifying, and their speed was too fast. Even if there was only a slight pause, the most exciting part would be skipped. In such a battle, Yi Shiwen's cold and ruthless voice came out. I have already wasted a lot of time watching your sky spill world. Now I don't have time to waste with you. So I will defeat you. Yi Shiwen's words suddenly caused an uproar. He actually thought that he was wasting time just now. And why did he let Xue Xiaohua evolve the sky spill world? After all, the 3 battles this time weren't just about obtaining complete victory. It also depended on time. So, this forced everyone to use all their strength to defeat their opponents, and they didn't dare to hold back any trump cards. If they were slower than their opponents, then it would truly be too late for regrets. Everyone now had a feeling that if he had not evolved the sky spill world just now, Xue Xiaohua would undoubtedly be much easier to deal with. What the hell was he doing? Was he too confident in himself, or was he really out of his mind? Xue Xiaohua only felt that his face was ugly. Yi Shiwen's words clearly did not put him in his eyes. In addition, with the blessing of the sky spill world, there was no way for him to defeat Yi Shiwen. It was really a great shame. Then come on, let me see. Xue Xiaohua was furious. His feet moved faster, and the saber light gathered in his hand became even brighter. There was a kind of supreme saber intent being guided out. He also wanted to defeat Yi Shiwen in a short time, not only to defeat the opponent, but also in the shortest time possible. Yi Shiwen's body suddenly erupted with amazing thunder and lightning. He suddenly stepped out of the sea of thunder and lightning. Behind him, the thunder and lightning even formed a pair of wings. Suddenly, his whole body swooped down. The thunder dragon halberd in his hand seemed to have turned into a real thunder dragon, rushing towards Xue Xiaohua. Everyone held their breaths as they watched this scene. Everyone knew how terrifying this attack was. Both sides probably couldn't wait any longer. They had to defeat each other, no matter what. Boom! There was a terrible collision sound. The power of thunder and the saber light collapsed in the sky, forming a terrible storm that blocked all probing. No one could see what was happening inside. Then they only heard a muffled sound, and a figure flew out of the storm. Everyone looked over, and it was none other than Xue Xiaohua. How could it be him? Everyone exclaimed. Although they had already prepared themselves, when they saw this scene, everyone was still completely shocked. Yi Shiwen had really blasted Xue Xiaohua away with a single blow, completely occupying the upper hand. Some people with sharp eyes saw that Yi Shiwen's Thunder Path incarnation had integrated into his body, making his power instantly burst. He integrated the Thunder Path incarnation. No wonder he is so terrifying. Everyone suddenly realized that Yi Shiwen's thunder technique was so tyrannical. It was impossible to say that he could not condense the Thunder Path incarnation. It was just that they did not expect him to be able to successfully integrate it in such a short time and burst out such amazing combat power. Whether it was Yi Shiwen or Xue Xiaohua, it seemed that they had reached the limit that this level could reach. The gap in strength was not fatal. The key was the various means to see who was more powerful. Deadly Scholar! Xue Xiaohua roared angrily. He had never suffered such a big loss. It was a great shame and humiliation. He was blasted away with one blow. He had always done this to others. No one had ever been able to do this to him. The saber light in his hand was even more blazing and terrifying. It was engraved with a mysterious rune, exuding a kind of earth-shattering power. All of a sudden, it slashed towards Yi Shiwen. And just at this time, before everyone could react, an iron halberd instantly cut through the sky from the void. The crescent tip of the halberd directly burst out an astonishing light, directly chopping down toward Xue Xiaohua's head, trying to hack him to death. Xue Xiaohua's attack also instantly changed from an attack to a defense. His deep foundation was suddenly revealed. Boom! The saber light and the halberd light collided directly, and it was earth-shattering. If it was in a small world, it would have shattered the world on the spot. This was a terrifying power that was close to the Sage Realm. Boom! Xue Xiaohua's body, which had just stabilized, was blasted away again in an instant. The collision of this blow caused cracks to appear on his arm, and blood splattered out. At this moment, Xue Xiaohua finally realized what kind of mistake he had made before. He had always thought that the most terrifying thing about this deadly scholar was his thunder technique cultivation. The fact that he could condense the thunder technique incarnation was the best proof. But now he knew what was wrong. The most terrifying thing about this guy was not his thunder technique at all, but his physical body. Xue Xiaohua's realm had completely suppressed his opponent, but he was completely at a disadvantage in the physical collision. It went without saying how terrifying this was. It was just that he did not have a chance to speak at this moment. Yi Shiwen's next wave of attack had already rushed over. The Thunder Dragon halberd in his hands did not have any technique at all. The only commendable thing was that it was powerful and heavy. It was a terrifying power that could blast the world into pieces with one blow. Boom! He had not yet recovered and barely managed to resist, but he was blasted away again. This time, even his entire arm turned into a mist of blood. Chapter 2468. Yi Shiwen's attacks were infused with the power of thunder, and each attack was more terrifying than the last. The power of thunder crazily destroyed the muscles on Xue Xiaohua's body, causing his muscles to collapse all of a sudden. One of his arms exploded in an instant, and the severe pain made his entire face pale in an instant. He was drenched in cold sweat. His whole body flew out again. Not only was his arm broken, but more importantly, he only felt that his entire body's internal organs were about to be crushed by a huge force. What kind of terrifying power was this? He looked at Yi Shiwen with disbelief in his eyes. Was this really a human being? Was he not a monster? As far as he knew, there did not seem to be such a powerful physique among humans. It was simply too terrifying. Don't you go too far! Terrifying spiritual power constantly erupted from Xue Xiaohua's body. Every cell in his body was evolving into a world, and the power of the world was all condensed and gathered in his body. He actually wanted to use this sky spill world to integrate his martial arts incarnation into it. He also had a martial arts incarnation, but he would not take it out unless it was the most crucial moment. He had originally wanted to keep it as a trump card, which he might be able to use in the finals. Who knew that the first match would be so miserable? The first match had already put him in such a sorry state. Do you think I will give you this chance? Yi Shiwen's figure was like a bolt of lightning, constantly flashing in the sky. Every time he flashed, he would get closer to Xue Xiaohua. Almost in an instant, he had once again arrived in front of Xue Xiaohua. Behind him, a thunder chain almost splashed out. Behind him, it was like a peacock spreading its tail. Many thunder spells suddenly broke out and blasted out in an instant. Boom! Xue Xiaohua flew again. His chest was badly mutilated, and he did not know how many of his bones were broken by the power of thunder. He was not willing to give up. He had not really brought out his final strength. This deadly scholar is so strong and he is ruthless. He is definitely not soft-hearted. He did not give Xue Xiaohua a chance to integrate martial arts incarnation. Someone exclaimed. Everyone could clearly see that Xue Xiaohua wanted to integrate martial arts incarnation, but it was suddenly defeated by Yi Shiwen. Such a will could not be said to not be tenacious, nor was he someone who would be cruel and merciless. In the eyes of everyone, Xue Xiaohua had become a sandbag, constantly being blasted away by Yi Shiwen in the sky, and he could not even land. It was simply terrifying. Yi Shiwen had the advantage of being one step ahead, and he used his speed to turn this advantage into a complete advantage, constantly using Xue Xiaohua as a sandbag, hanging him in midair. Aren't you very arrogant? Didn't you want to cripple my martial arts? Then let me see. Yi Shiwen's arrogant voice resounded from the field. His voice was somewhat relaxed and at ease. Obviously, the situation was completely under his control, so he didn't need to worry at all. In fact, he didn't even need to use his full strength. Xue Xiaohua lost the initiative and now completely became a sandbag. I can't accept this. I haven't even used my martial Dao incarnation. Seeing that he was about to be defeated, Xue Xiaohua couldn't help but roar crazily. Originally, most of his insolence was a disguise to deceive others. He was very scheming, but now all his pride had been completely defeated by Yi Shiwen. He could only constantly roar to express his current mood. I also want to be your Sky Spill World's incarnation, but I'm afraid there's no time. I don't have time to waste on you. After Yi Shiwen blasted Xue Xiaohua away again, a thunder dragon halberd appeared in Yi Shiwen's hand. He swung the halberd. In an instant, countless thunderbolts splashed out like immortal lights. In an instant, they turned into a thunder dragon and fiercely stared at Xue Xiaohua. Boom! Xue Xiaohua's body ferociously slammed into the arena with a loud bang. The impact had actually caused the arena to shatter into pieces. It must be known that this arena had been continuously reinforced by the seniors of the ancient Phoenix realm. The intense battle just now hadn't caused any damage to the arena, but now the arena had actually been smashed into pieces by a single strike. Everyone felt a toothache just by looking at it. If it fell on their bodies, they would probably be in so much pain that they wanted to die. However, at this time, everyone was no longer paying attention to Xue Xiaohua. His body had already been soaked in blood and was bleeding profusely. Yi Shiwen's thunder dragon halberd firmly nailed him to the ground, and he himself stood in midair like an ancient great emperor. In the eyes of everyone, he was extremely terrifying. This person's thunder Dao cultivation has reached an incredible level, at least in the eternal realm. It is almost difficult to find someone who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him, let alone surpass him. The deadly scholar, from now on, his name will also become one of the names on the list of the major forces. I didn't expect that such a peerless figure like Xue Xiaohua would actually be defeated. Moreover, he was defeated by such an almost unknown person. Yi Shiwen stepped on the void step by step and walked down. Then he walked to Xue Xiaohua's side and pulled out the thunder dragon halberd. A mass of light descended from the sky, and Xue Xiaohua was teleported away. There was no doubt that Yi Shiwen had won this match. As for Xue Xiaohua, He went to the side to heal his injuries. For an Eternal Realm expert, unless he really killed his opponent, he could still recover. Of course, his vitality would definitely be damaged. After that, he would definitely need to replenish a lot of heavenly treasures. This was not a problem that Yi Shiwen needed to worry about. It was already very good that he did not kill his opponent. He took a look. He was the third person to defeat his opponent. He was not considered the last, nor was he the fastest. The first person was Ji Renwang. He still felt that this person was unfathomable. Until now, there was no way to really find out his depth. It could almost be said that he won the first match without any pressure. It was even easier than Yi Shiwen. His opponent was Corpse Hidden. Corpse Hidden did not use too much strength to defeat his opponent before. He did not even come out of his coffin. However, in the battle with Ji Renwang, it could be said that he used all kinds of means. He used all kinds of terrifying methods of the Corpse King. Heaven and earth changed. However, he was still completely suppressed by Ji Renwang. It seemed that Ji Renwang had the means and magical power to suppress the corpse transformation. Seeing Yi Shiwen's gaze, his face revealed a somewhat inexplicable smile. Although they were separated by different arenas, it was not prohibited to watch each other. However, this was obviously a privilege for those who finished early. The earlier they finished, the more things they could see, and the more useful they would be. The second was none other than Ao Chaozong. His opponent was none other than Ao Chaozong. His opponent was none other than the Vajra Wood. Both of them engaged in a great hand-to-hand battle. Both of them were existences that cultivated their physical bodies to the extreme. Ao Chaozong himself was a supreme genius of the Dragon Clan who specialized in his physical body. Diamond wood was also a very hard wood. It was extraordinary. The battle between both of them ended with Ao Chaozong's victory. Although he looked a bit embarrassed, Yi Shiwen's intuition told him that Ao Chaozong had not used his full strength. Although diamond wood was powerful, it was unable to force Ao Chaozong to use his true strength. However, he was having a headache now. He was only ranked third. Only 2 people would win the last round. It seemed that he could not give up after this. As for the other 2 people who were still fighting, one was the young Kuan Pong and the other was Yuan Hong. Both of them had transformed into their true forms. The battle between an extremely terrifying bird and a violent ape that could wreak havoc in the heavens and earth was constantly exciting. Both races were very powerful races. Needless to say, the Kuan Pong was the leader of the 10 great vicious birds and the descendant of the ancient demon master. However, Yuan Hong had an extraordinary origin as well. He was one of the 4 ancient chaotic monkeys. This race was very powerful. Although they were few in number, they were not weak. Up until now, he had not been able to defeat his opponent. Both sides were enough to shock everyone. The young Kuan Pong had come in his true form, but he had only cultivated for a short period of time. Everyone could see that. However, with his extraordinary talent, he had already broken through to this stage. On the other side, Yuan Hong was not in his best condition. This was only a clone. Therefore, this battle was particularly interesting. On the other side, the battle between Yi Wudi and Feng Zihao was in full swing. Originally, both of them had a grudge against each other. Everyone had thought that Yi Shiwen hadn't appeared. So, Yi Shiwen's good brother had been regarded as Yi Shiwen's representative. And now he had been drawn to fight against Feng Zihao in the first match. It was hard to say whether there was something fishy going on. Clearly, the ancient Phoenix realm was very confident that they could defeat Yi Wudi in the first battle. However, they did not expect that Yi Wudi would be so much more difficult to deal with than they had imagined. Yi Wudi had only recently become a god, and Feng Zihao had become a god tens of thousands of years ago. The two were not on the same level. Now that they could not defeat him, Yi Wudi naturally became anxious. The battle became even more intense. Yi Wudi was at a slight disadvantage. Tens of thousands of years of cultivation gave Feng Zihao a slight advantage. Yi Shiwen could not help but sneer. If he had participated in this battle with his true form, the one to fight Feng Zihao would not have been Yi Wuti, but himself. However, the two were still fighting. It was hard to say who would win in the end. There was no obvious difference in strength between the two sides. Both sides' inheritances were extremely impressive. Feng Zihao's inheritance from the ancient Phoenix realm had never been broken since the era of the Phoenix ancestor. Yi Wuti was not bad either. His various techniques had the shadow of the ancient demon emperor. Neither side gave way. Yi Shiwen watched for a while and could not help but laugh. This guy is actually using someone else as a stepping stone, a whetstone. He finally saw that Yi Wuti was also planning to use Feng Zihao as a whetstone. Others might not understand Yi Wuti, but he did. This was a little interesting. Chapter 2469. Compared to Feng Zihao's tens of thousands of years of cultivation, Yi Wuti's skills were undoubtedly much weaker. They weren't even on the same level. But Yi Wuti could fight with Feng Zihao. It was normal for him to be at a disadvantage. Feng Zihao, who had few opponents in his generation, couldn't do anything to Yi Wuti. That was the problem in itself. But compared to Feng Zihao, Yi Wuti's biggest advantage was that he hadn't been cultivating for long, so he had a lot of room for improvement. It could be seen in a short time that Feng Zihao hadn't made much progress, but Yi Wuti was constantly getting stronger. His strength was also increasing bit by bit. This was the momentum of a reversal. Now, only the two sides hadn't decided a winner. But soon, the first to be decided was Yuan Hong and Kunpeng. Both were fierce beasts. Once they fought, the sky would fall and the earth would crack. But in the end, Yuan Hong won. Kunpeng's bloodline was very powerful, but in terms of age, it wasn't even a fraction of Yuan Hong's age. There was also a huge difference in experience. The fact that Xiao Chen was able to last until now had already shocked many people. This was especially so for Yuan Hong, who had an ugly expression on his face. Against a junior, Xiao Chen had actually defeated him with just a single move. Although it wasn't his real body, it was still embarrassing enough. At least it was so for him. He only won by one move. If they fought to the death, the result would be hard to say. Everyone was well aware of this situation as well. Therefore, even though Kunpeng was defeated, everyone still thought highly of him. He was too young. Even if his opponent wasn't his real body, it wasn't a disgrace. Moreover, if he was given tens of thousands of years, it would be hard to say who would win. Young Kunpeng, on the other hand, did not have too many emotions. Ever since he knew that Yi Shiwen had arrived, he had let go of his worries. He did not have too many thoughts and did not insist. Otherwise, he would definitely fight to the death with Yuan Hong. Now, winning or losing was no longer his first concern. After young Kunpeng was defeated, everyone's eyes fell on the last match. The battle between Yi Wuti and Feng Zihao had entered an even more intense stage. Yi Wuti continued to absorb battle experience. Perhaps he hadn't fought many experts of this level, so he was at a loss at first. However, he was improving very quickly, at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just when everyone thought that the battle between the two would continue, a bell suddenly rang out from Yi Wuti's body, instantly defeating the unprepared Feng Zihao. Everyone was stunned. They never thought that Yi Wuti would defeat Feng Zihao in such a way. That bell sound, could it be the Eastern Emperor bell? Someone gasped and said. Rumor had it that someone had actually used the Eastern Emperor bell. That was why the restoration of the ancient heavenly court was so smooth, and why so many ancient tribes and powers acknowledged the existence of the ancient heavenly court. However, that was only a legend. No one had actually seen it. Moreover, no one thought that Yi Wuti would actually bring the Eastern Emperor bell out. That was an important treasure of the ancient heavenly court, and it should be in the depths of the ancient heavenly court. If it was used here, it would be too wasteful. It was like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. It can't be. For this martial arts competition, he even brought the Eastern Emperor bell. Isn't he afraid that the ancient Phoenix realm will take it away? Someone said quietly, "There is no need to mention the fame of the Eastern Emperor Bell in the heavens and earth." However, it had disappeared a long time ago. Therefore, many people had only heard of it and had never seen it before. Later on, there were many forces that used the name of the ancient heavenly court to swindle people. However, none of them succeeded. That was because they did not have the most important Eastern Emperor Bell. Although no one knew where they had obtained a bit of inheritance, they were unable to obtain the recognition of everyone. The Eastern Emperor Bell played a huge role in Yi Wudi's rapid recognition as the master of the ancient heavenly court. No, that's not right. That's not the Eastern Emperor Bell. It's just a talisman condensed by the Eastern Emperor Bell. It has a part of the Eastern Emperor Bell's power, but it's not the real Eastern Emperor Bell. Feng Nantian said regretfully. Just now, the outcome of the battle had been decided. His first reaction was not to check the extent of Feng Ziheo's injuries, but to check Yi Wudi's situation. It was the Eastern Emperor Bell. Who wouldn't be tempted by it? The might of the Eastern Emperor Bell was boundless. If this Tao tool wanted to leave in other places, who would be able to stop it? However, this was the ancient Phoenix realm. It wasn't impossible for it to stop anyone in the ancient Phoenix realm. Using various secret techniques, it was still possible to keep the Eastern Emperor Bell. There was no need to mention the importance of the Eastern Emperor Bell. If the ancient Phoenix realm could have another clan guarding treasure, then the luck of the ancient Phoenix realm would increase by a lot. Who would dare to look down on the ancient Phoenix realm? The reason why the Emperor clan, Ji family, was so powerful was because they had a lot of Tao tools. They had so many emperors, far surpassing the other powers. The reason why the martial sect was so powerful was also because they had two supreme Tao tools. These were precedents, even if they had a falling out with the ancient heavenly court in the end. So what? Without the Tao tools, the ancient heavenly court was a toothless tiger. He had nothing to be afraid of. Unfortunately, in the end, he also saw that Yi Wudi had only brought the Eastern Emperor Bell Wave's talisman. It was considered a trump card, but it did not have the Eastern Emperor Bell that he had been looking forward to. Yi Wudi still had basic rationality. He did not lose his rationality. What a pity. However, this Feng Ziheo was defeated. He was defeated by this damned Yi Wudi. Next time, let Yi Wudi deal with Ji Renwang. Feng Nantian ordered. Just as Yi Shiwen had guessed, such an important matter, how could Feng Nantian allow it to be out of his control? Everything was under his control. Even the opponents of these 3 rounds were under his control. Otherwise, how could Yi Wudi and Feng Ziheo meet so coincidentally? He wanted Feng Ziheo to teach Yi Wudi a lesson. At the same time, in his opinion, Yi Wudi, who had cultivated for the shortest time, seemed to be the easiest to deal with. Even though Yi Wudi's background was not small, there were always strong and weak. Even a persimmon had to be picked on. Who knew that Yi Wudi actually had such a trump card? He has already used his trump card once. I don't believe that he can defeat Ji Renwang with this again. Yi Wudi's inheritance is no small matter. However, Ji Renwang's inheritance is not the slightest bit inferior to the inheritance of martial sect. Even our ancient Phoenix realm has to look sideways. Feng Nantian said coldly. After the first round ended, there was a break for a while. Then, the second round finally began. Yi Shiwen was aware of the problem. Under normal circumstances, each round should start immediately. In this case, the earlier the round ended, the less the loss and the more cost-effective it would be. However, the first round didn't do this. He could also guess the reason. It was because of Feng Ziheo. Feng Ziheo was not only the last one to finish, but he had also been seriously injured by the talisman puppet of the Eastern Emperor Bell. This was to buy time for Feng Ziheo. However, Yi Shiwen didn't care about it because he had absolute confidence that no one could stop him from reaching the top. No one could stop him from taking away Hua Menghan. Soon, his second opponent was teleported over. This person was none other than Corpse Hidden. A coffin was engraved with an extremely dark talisman. It was exuding a very strange yin-chi. In an instant, countless yin-chi rushed out from between the heaven and the earth. All of these yin-chi emerged and covered the entire space between the heaven and the earth. Another domain expanded in a flash, and the strength of the hidden corpse suddenly erupted. It seemed that the hidden corpse couldn't wait any longer after losing the first round. So he wanted to win this round. A dead man like you also wants to compete for the championship of the martial arts competition for a spouse? What a joke! Yi Shiwen coldly said. He didn't have a good impression of these people. It didn't matter whether they were forced to deal with him or not. He didn't have a good impression of them either. After all, Huang Menghan was his wife. This was a well-known fact. The ancient phoenix world had fallen out with him, so it was their own business. However, these people had clearly ignored him by participating in this martial arts competition. Clatter, clatter! In the blink of an eye, chains shot out from the coffin like spider silk, instantly forming a huge net in the sky. It was boundless and seemed as if it was going to lock down everything. This was the most terrifying part. This big net was faintly in line with the Great Tao. It resonated with the Great Tao. It seemed as if it would seal Yi Shiwen in an instant. Still not coming out? Hiding your head, but showing your tail. Who do you think you are? Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. He took a step forward, and the power of countless thunderbolts gushed out from his body. A sea of thunder and lightning formed around him. The thunder dragon halberd appeared in his hand, and he bombarded it towards the sky. Bang! Yi Shiwen's thunder dragon halberd fiercely collided with those chains, and those chains were bombarded into pieces on the spot. The sky shattered into pieces. It seemed as if it had suddenly turned upside down, and the cracks spread out in all directions of the arena. Yi Shiwen's figure flashed unceasingly in the sky. He then slashed towards the coffin. The hidden corpse in the coffin didn't try to dodge. Clang! A violent collision sound was heard. The thunder dragon halberd and the coffin collided, and sparks splashed in all directions. Needless to say, the thunder dragon halberd in Yi Shiwen's hand was a middle-grade divine tool. It was very good. Especially, it complemented his thunder technique. It complemented each other, and its might had doubled. However, it had failed to split the coffin into two halves. There's something strange about this coffin. Yi Shiwen immediately realized that there might be a big problem in this coffin. Then he saw a sharp claw coming out of the coffin on the spot. It then fiercely clawed towards Yi Shiwen at an extremely fast speed. In fact, it was going straight towards his heart. Chapter 2470. Schwa! A loud sound was heard, and a strange sharp claw suddenly appeared in the void. It stretched out from the coffin and directly grabbed Yi Shiwen's chest. Your heart is mine. A hoarse and low voice suddenly burst in the surroundings. You want to kill me? You are far from qualified as a loser. Yi Shiwen suddenly stepped out. He did not avoid it, but instead faced it head-on. Behind him, an endless power of thunder suddenly broke out, and the yin-chi was instantly smashed. The thunder dragon halberd appeared in his hand, and it directly slashed towards the big hand that was grabbing him. Bang! There was a loud collision sound. Yi Shiwen blocked this sharp claw at the critical moment. At the same time, the thunder dragon halberd in his hand blocked it. The galaxy shattered, and the world seemed to be turned upside down. And at this time, Yi Shiwen had already taken advantage of the situation and rushed to the front of this coffin. The speed was so fast that even the space was distorted. Some of the weaker people outside the arena wanted to forcibly use their divine thoughts to deduce the series of movements just now, but they had a feeling of wanting to vomit blood. This kind of power and the use of the laws completely exceeded the limits of what they could bear. It almost instantly disrupted the magic power in their bodies, causing the magic power in their bodies to go berserk. They felt like they were going to go berserk. So fast, I can't keep up at all. What kind of movement technique is this? It's so fast. Someone said with a mouthful of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Some people looked at Yi Shiwen in horror. They did not expect Yi Shiwen's speed to be so fast. This was completely different from what they saw in the last game. People who practiced thunder techniques were often very fast. They were all very clear about this. This was already a convention. People who practiced thunder techniques were often very fast. In the last game, Yi Shiwen's speed was already very fast. It could almost be said that he completely suppressed Xue Xiaohua, but compared to this time, it was simply insignificant. Everyone thought that this was Yi Shiwen's limit. After all, in the last battle, Yi Shiwen showed a terrifying cultivation of the flesh and spirit and completely crushed Xue Xiaohua. Who would have thought that it was far from the limit? But Yi Shiwen had restrained himself. I've never seen such a movement technique before. It's too fast. I know a little about movement techniques related to the lightning attribute, but why haven't I seen it before? Could it be another hidden force that hasn't appeared in the world? There were even more ancient deities that were completely shocked. Even the experienced and knowledgeable old antiques had never heard of this. It was clear that this movement technique was indeed extremely rare. Many of the old-timers were shocked. Meanwhile, Yi Shiwen had already launched his attack. The thunder dragon halberd in his hand erupted with astonishing power in the void. It transformed into a long dragon and directly bombarded the coffin. The power of lightning dissipated on the surface of the coffin, as if it was unable to do anything to the coffin. Who would have thought that the power of lightning would actually rush in through the cracks of the coffin at lightning speed, once again forming a long lightning dragon and violently exploding? Rumble! A huge explosion came from the inside of the coffin. This was a terrible explosion, and the coffin suddenly broke open, revealing a figure inside. His whole body was scorched black, as if he had been struck by lightning and roasted by fire. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one thought that Yi Shiwen would actually use this method to break open the coffin. This method was completely different from Ji Renwang's method of breaking open the coffin. It could be said that each had its own merits, but Yi Shiwen's bold and imaginative ideas during the battle had completely shocked them. At this time, Yi Shiwen finally saw the appearance of this hidden corpse. It was a man who looked about 30 years old. He was tall and had an extremely powerful aura around his body. He didn't know where he came from during his lifetime, but he was very terrifying. "You dare to force me to break open the coffin?" the corpse said coldly, and his tone was filled with anger. "So what? Do you think that no one can break your tortoiseshell? Do you think that you can be arrogant and despotic by hiding inside?" Yi Shiwen said coldly, and his spirit was threatening. At this moment, his image in the hearts of everyone was that of a domineering young hero. "You are courting death." The hidden corpse roared in a low voice. Then his figure pounced towards Yi Shiwen like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey. He instantly pounced towards Yi Shiwen to kill him. He brought along an earth-shattering corpse energy and an extremely formidable power. At this time, Yi Shiwen directly used the flickering thunder steps, and in a flash his movements were agile and ethereal, and no one knew where he would appear next. Boom! 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 The corpse used all kinds of methods, but was unable to do anything to Yi Shiwen. His movements were always in the air, and he was completely unable to catch Yi Shiwen. What kind of agility technique is this? The corpse was furious and was unable to catch Yi Shiwen, which made him feel humiliated. "Die for me. I don't care what kind of agility technique you have. In front of me, you will die." The corpse roared, and his hands condensed into fists and directly blasted out. The fist intention condensed and turned into all kinds of strange phenomena, and immediately an upside-down world appeared. This world was filled with endless corpse chi, and zombies were running rampant and instantly expanded outwards, shrouding Yi Shiwen. Corpse world descends. The terrifying magic power of the corpse turned into a terrifying world, and this world was condensed by him. This world was his domain, and along the way no one knew how many powerful opponents he had devoured, and those defeated opponents also became nourishment for his corpse world, nourishing his corpse world, making it even more terrifying. Courting death. A dead man wants to counterattack? Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. His palms suddenly split apart, and thunder chains rushed out from the gaps between his fingers. They turned into a terrifying attack and blasted into the corpse world. Boom! The two ultimate skills fiercely collided, and in the chaos, the corpse chi and the power of thunder raged everywhere. I didn't expect this unknown life-stealing scholar to be so tyrannical. Defeating Shuexiahua is definitely not a fluke, and even facing the corpse, he is not at a disadvantage. He has hidden himself so deeply. I originally thought that the strength of the corpse was not the strongest, but at least one of the best, just that he had encountered the extremely terrifying Jiren Wang. But besides Jiren Wang, he should be the strongest. But who would have thought that even this life-stealing scholar is not a match for him? Bang! Amidst the endless storm, the corpse was sent flying upside down, and the blood at the corner of his mouth couldn't stop flowing. His chest was scorched black, and his flesh had been split open, and blood was flowing out. The outcome of the fight has been decided, and the corpse is actually at a disadvantage. On the cloud platform, some big shots of the ancient Phoenix realm saw this scene, and couldn't help but be surprised. The life-stealing scholar, a name that had never been heard of before, was much stronger than what he had shown. The corpse roared and revealed the true appearance of a zombie with a green face and fangs. He was different from an ordinary zombie, and zombies were born and raised by the earth, but he was raised by a human. He still retained many memories of his previous life. So most of the time he was no different from when he was alive, but only at this time he would reveal his true form as a zombie. In midair, he shattered the void with one foot and stabilized his body, and instantly launched a counterattack, intending to kill Yi Shiwen on the spot. His stature was tall, and he blasted his fists with great strength. It was very terrifying, and the fist energy distorted the space, transforming it into a world of zombies, and devoured everything. Yi Shiwen wasn't inferior in the slightest. He also blasted his fists and gave tit for tat and didn't give in. At this time, everyone finally saw the confrontation between these two people. It was very terrifying, and the fist energy of these two people collided, and it directly created a spider web-like crack in the sky and spread across the entire arena in an instant. It looked very spectacular, but the most terrifying thing was that this was only a confrontation of pure strength. The control of these two people's strength had reached the pinnacle in this attack and hadn't leaked out. Instead, they bombarded each other's body. Thump, thump, thump. Someone retreated, and this person was none other than the corpse. He retreated again and again. He had suffered a big loss in this confrontation with Yi Shiwen, and had suffered a big loss. The radiance of thunder and lightning wound around his right arm and took the form of a thunder dragon and rushed straight towards his head to bite. His entire arm was charred black in an instant and had been swallowed by the impact of Yi Shiwen's thunder power. The corpse almost instantly cut off his arm to prevent the thunder dragon from continuing to rush towards him. Blood continued to drip down, and he had suffered a big loss. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen's body was also raging with corpse energy, but this corpse energy couldn't really cover Yi Shiwen's body at all. The power of thunder on Yi Shiwen's body was the extreme yang, and it was the nemesis of this extreme yin and evil energy. It had completely restrained this corpse energy. The corpse looked at Yi Shiwen and didn't dare to launch an attack at will. The attack just now had made him thoroughly understand the terror of this man in front of him. His martial power was unfathomably deep, and he could also feel that the strength in front of him was definitely not the bottom line of this man. He was unwilling. He had gone all out, but the opponent hadn't even used his full strength. This was simply a kind of humiliation. What was more terrifying was that Yi Shiwen's power had completely restrained his own power. Although it was said that it was difficult to completely restrain one's power after reaching a certain level, the power of the extreme yin could also restrain the power of the extreme yang, but this kind of attribute restraint still existed. He wasn't strong enough to completely ignore the opponent because Yi Shiwen was also very strong. He stared at Yi Shiwen, and there seemed to be countless conspiracies flashing in his eyes. In the end, he could only clench his teeth and spit out a few words. "I admit defeat." Suddenly, there was an uproar. Chapter 2471. What? He actually admitted defeat. Everyone was stunned, as if afraid that they had misheard. Everyone quieted down, for fear that they had misheard. Corpse concealment actually admitted defeat. This was simply a huge anecdote. Even in the face of Ji Renwang, he had fought until the last moment, and had even said that he would surrender. However, in the face of Yi Shiwen, he actually gave up and admitted defeat. What the hell was going on? Could it be that Yi Shiwen was actually more terrifying than Ji Renwang? No one believed such a judgment. After all, compared to Yi Shiwen, Ji Renwang had been famous for many years, a true supreme master of the middle generation, one of the strongest under the titled king level. Although it was only an avatar, but it should be the strongest, no one could compare. Even Yi Shiwen was somewhat stunned. He was just about to attack again, but he saw Shi admit defeat. Could it be that the battle with Ji Renwang was too much for him? But he didn't care so much. He could save a lot of effort by admitting defeat, and it would be very important for him to win in the future. A group of light swept down, wrapping Shi in it. Shi deeply looked at Yi Shiwen. For him, he also wanted to fight to the death, but in fact, there was no such condition. He came here to participate in the martial arts competition, to a large extent, because of the sex arrangement, but he himself was not that interested, but he also didn't want to deal with it, so although he was unlucky to have drawn Ji Renwang in the first round, he still fought with all his strength. At the same time, he had also heard of Ji Renwang's supreme prestige. He also wanted to see how big the gap was between him and this legendary figure. But the result was obvious. There was still a huge gap between him and Ji Renwang. From the beginning to the end, he was completely suppressed. Even if he didn't count Ji Renwang's method of suppressing zombies, his real strength was still far from Yi Shiwen's. And after losing the first round, the possibility of participating in the finals was not big, and in his heart, Ji Renwang was invincible. Even if he advanced to the finals, he would still not be a match for Ji Renwang, so he already had the intention to retreat. Furthermore, the most important thing was that the life-stealing scholar in front of him had not been cultivating for a long time, but he was extremely terrifying. His lightning technique, in particular, completely suppressed his corpse path. Unless he could one day become a corpse emperor, it would be difficult for him to overcome this weakness of his element. He had already suffered a great loss by going all out. There was no point in continuing to fight, so he might as well not waste any more energy. However, his concession allowed Yi Shiwen to win easily. By the time Yi Shiwen reacted, he discovered that he was still the third one. The first one was Ji Renwang, and his opponent was Yi Wudi. In front of Ji Renwang, the invincible Yi Wudi was no match for him, and was almost defeated. Ji Renwang's clone was at the same level as Yi Wudi, but he was able to defeat Yi Wudi in a blink of an eye. Yi Wudi was also very tenacious, and he used many methods, but it was useless. In front of Ji Renwang, his strongest talisman, the Bell of Primal Chaos, was dissolved. Ji Renwang seemed to have something similar on him, so he was not afraid of the Bell of Primal Chaos. The final defeat reminded Yi Shiwen of the battle between Qin Lai and Ji Xianhuang. Qin Lai did not mention that battle in detail. He only said that he was no match for Ji Xianhuang and was suppressed from start to finish. The most terrifying thing was that Ji Xianhuang had suppressed his realm to the same realm as Qin Lai, but Qin Lai was still no match for him. It was exactly the same as today's battle. Yi Wudi was unable to withstand a single blow from Ji Renwang, and he was continuously defeated. It seemed that he was very weak, or perhaps because Ji Renwang's realm was far higher than Yi Wudi's. The strength he could display in the same realm was far beyond Yi Wudi's imagination, and his magical power was above Yi Wudi's. At first glance, this seemed very reasonable, but Yi Shiwen himself knew that this was only suitable for ordinary people. Yi Wudi and Ji Renwang were not ordinary people. If it was someone else, even if they were also in the sage realm, and they suppressed their realm to fight with Yi Wudi, according to Yi Wudi's strength, he would really beat the other party like a dog. It could only be said that Ji Renwang was not an ordinary existence. He began to get serious. This Ji Renwang's strength and threat were even above Ao Chaozong's. With such strength, it was very likely that he would become his final opponent. It was a pity that he was slower than Ji Renwang, and he could not see the actual situation at all. And Ao Chaozong was still one step faster than him. His opponent was his previous opponent, the young hierarch of the Heaven Evolution sect, Xue Xiaohua. After Xue Xiaohua lost to him, he was defeated by Ao Chaozong even faster. Moreover, because the injuries he had been seriously injured by Yi Shiwen did not seem to have fully recovered, he was unable to withstand a single blow from Ao Chaozong, and he did not even have a decent counterattack. And after him was young Kuinpeng. This time he finally won. His opponent was King Kong Mu, and he fought with all he had, and King Kong Mu was defeated by him. And the last battle was between Feng Zihao and Yuan Hong. This battle could be said to be a chaotic one. Both of them had extraordinary real bodies, but the final result was that Feng Zihao was still defeated by Yuan Hong. As someone from the previous generation, Yuan Hong's clone was not as strong as Ji Renwang's province, but it was still very terrifying, and it successfully defeated Feng Zihao. This time, the scene was completely clear. There were a total of 4 people who had won 2 battles, and they were Ji Renwang, Ao Chaozong, Yi Shiwen, and Yuan Hong. Of the remaining 6 people, Yi Wudi and young Kuinpeng had each won 1 battle, and the others had lost 2 battles. On the high platform, Feng Nanshan's expression was extremely ugly. Feng Nantian was already the most outstanding person in his line, but when competing with outsiders, he had lost 2 battles, especially since the ancient Phoenix realm was the host. This was simply a great humiliation. He gripped the armrest tightly. These years, the ancient Phoenix realm had been lukewarm, relying on the remnants of the past to pass their days. Apart from the heavy injuries they had suffered during the War of Resistance against the heavens, one of the main reasons was that the younger generation was not as good as the previous one. Although Feng Zihao's performance was not bad, he was not ranked among the strongest people of the current generation. This in itself was very fatal. He was originally one of the candidates that the ancient Phoenix realm had pushed out to cultivate to become a future emperor. Since ancient times, there had never been a case where a person who could be called an emperor was not one of the strongest people of the current generation. In a battle of the same realm, losing 2 battles was also a resounding slap to the ancient Phoenix realm. Although the opponents he had faced were very terrifying, the first one was the current master of the ancient heavenly court, the famous Yi Wudi. The other one was from the clan of the 4 spiritual monkeys, which had been one of the most illustrious clans since ancient times. It seemed that his defeat was not too shameful. However, a defeat was a defeat. There was no other explanation for a defeat. In the next battle, let Feng Zihao fight against that Xue Xiaohua. Among these people, his strength is the weakest. Moreover, he has yet to recover from his serious injuries. He is the representative of our ancient Phoenix realm. We cannot not win a single battle. Feng Nantian said coldly. If Feng Zihao could not win a single battle, it would be a slap to his face on the spot. Fortunately, Yi Wudi has already lost. Even if he wins the next battle, he will only win 2 battles. He will definitely not be able to enter the finals. I can finally get rid of that damned Yi Shiwen. Feng Nantian revealed a somewhat happy smile on his face as he thought of this. Although things did not go according to his best plan, at least it did not deteriorate into the worst situation. This time, Yi Shiwen did not come. Yi Wudi, who was the representative of Yi Shiwen, had already lost a battle. He no longer had the upper hand. He certainly would not have the opportunity to stand out unless all 4 of them were defeated. How could that be possible? These 4 people had won 2 battles. Among these 10 people, they were considered outstanding. They were the top of the top. Naturally, there was no need to worry. No, this is still possible. We cannot let Yi Wudi have a chance to turn the tables. Feng Nantian said coldly, "In the next battle, let the first 4 people fight against each other. In this way, no matter who wins or loses, the remaining 2 people will have won all 3 battles. Even if Yi Wudi has monstrous skills, he will not have the chance to win another battle." Feng Nantian said coldly. He had already arranged everything. There were absolutely no loopholes. Yi Wudi would definitely not let him go and win again. However, there was still a kind of uneasiness in his heart. It was a strong uneasiness, as if he had missed something. This feeling made him very uneasy. At his level, it could be said that his cultivation had already reached a stage where ghosts and gods would weep. Normally, he could understand any problem with just a thought. However, at this moment he had such an unsafe thought. There must be something that he had missed. However, no matter how he calculated, he could not calculate any loopholes in his plan. It was a completely perfect arrangement. Although Feng Ziheo's successive defeats made him very disappointed, the arrangement to deal with Yi Wudi was very appropriate. No matter what, the 3rd round began. With his order, the curtain of the 3rd round finally began. There was not much time to rest, because there was no need to continue fighting for Feng Ziheo. The 3rd round has finally begun. This time, among the top 4 of the 3rd round, there are actually 2 martial great masters. They are simply too powerful. There are only 2 martial great masters, and they actually made it into the semifinals. They are too strong. Stop talking. Look, the 3rd round has finally begun. Hiss, how could it be like this? It is completely a battle between the strong. Chapter 2472. Seeing the situation of the 3rd battle, everyone was stunned. The 4 people who had maintained a complete victory so far had actually started to fight against each other. Such a result was slightly shocking. Similarly, this meant that the other 6 people had no chance of advancing to the finals. The others were completely eliminated. The outcome would be decided by the 4 people in front of them. When Yi Shiwen saw this arrangement, he immediately understood why. It was to guard against Yi Wudi. In any case, Feng Ziheo had already lost all hope of advancing to the finals. Therefore, the Ancient Phoenix Realm's next goal was to completely ban Yi Wudi. After losing to Ji Renwang, even if Yi Wudi won the next round, he would only be on par with the rest of them. And if 2 of the 4 of them won, then they would directly advance to the finals. Good plan. Yi Shiwen clicked his tongue in wonder. In front of him, his opponent had already appeared. It was none other than Yuan Hong. This was a sky-piercing violent ape. He had already transformed into his original form. His hair had grown in the opposite direction. He looked at Yi Shiwen with eyes full of tyranny. His face revealed a somewhat sinister expression. "Brat, I've finally met you. Kill yourself, and I'll leave your corpse intact," Yuan Hong said tyrannically. But in front of him, Yi Shiwen seemed to be relieved. Yuan Hong's face immediately fell. How smart was he? He immediately figured out the reason for Yi Shiwen's expression. Was it because he was happy that his opponent was him? Damn it, he dared to look down on me. You dare to think that I'm a pushover? Ha 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 ha, I won't even leave your corpse intact. Yuan Hong gnashed his teeth in anger. His real body could move unhindered in the world. He wasn't afraid of titled kings. But now he was being looked down upon by this guy. This was a great humiliation. It was even more humiliating than being defeated. Opposite him, Yi Shiwen's expression was calm. He wasn't moved by Yuan Hong's words. On the contrary, he just looked at him indifferently. I don't have much time. I must finish you before they do. so I won't be polite this time. Yi Shiwen's eyes were as cold as the beginning of the universe. His voice was indifferent, but it contained a kind of strong self-confidence. To him, it didn't matter if Ji Renwang or Ao Chaozong won first. They would both become his strongest opponents. Therefore, he only had one choice, and that was to give it his all to recover to his peak condition. That way, no matter what kind of opponent he faced, he would have absolute confidence to face them. Life-stealing scholar, ever since I, Yuan Hong, made my debut, no one has ever dared to look down on me like this. I've killed countless scums like you. You'll pay for what you've said today. Yuan Hong said with a menacing expression, so you must die. Yuan Hong took a step forward. Chaotic qi gushed out from the top of his head, forming a cloud. The cloud shone brightly. This was a technique that Yuan Hong had never used before. Is that all? Let's go all out. Yi Shiwen shouted. Yuan Hong raised his eyebrows. He could clearly see that Yi Shiwen's imposing aura was rising as soon as his voice fell. His previous words were not meaningless, but rather it was a kind of martial arts method to enhance his own strength. Humph, trying to disturb my state of mind? Yuan Hong said coldly. The cloud above his head gradually rotated, becoming more and more terrifying. An invincible pressure swept down fiercely. Yuan Hong was not affected by it. He had his own extreme confidence. As the descendant of the 4 chaotic monkeys, he was extremely talented and was not afraid of any opponent. The iron staff in his hand suddenly spun, forming a circle in his hand. In an instant, it turned into a pillar that could support the sky. A vast amount of qi burst out from it, and it instantly crushed down on Yi Shiwen. It was not an attack, but a complete crushing down. The iron staff grew longer and larger, covering the sky. In an instant, it blocked all the escape routes in the sky, preventing Yi Shiwen from escaping. Yi Shiwen did not move an inch. In the end, he finally made his move. His hands tore apart the sky, full of lightning. He clenched his fists and met the attack head-on. Clang! A deafening roar rang out. The sky was shaking, and everything in the world was trembling. The entire arena rumbled and shook, as if 2 monsters were fighting each other. Everyone had seen the tyrannical physical strength of the two. This time, the collision shocked countless people. The violent collision caused the void to tremble for a long time. After Yuan Hong's attack failed, he immediately retracted his iron staff. A dazzling light burst out, washing out rays of dazzling black gold light. Then his whole body soared into the sky. The man and the staff became one. This was an extremely brilliant martial arts technique. I will split the chaos in the world. Yuan Hong roared, activating all the spiritual power in his body. He was going all out. Yi Shiwen's disregard had thoroughly enraged him. He wanted to kill Yi Shiwen, otherwise he would not be able to suppress the rage in his heart. Although this was not his real body, it was just an avatar. His strength was equally terrifying. The iron staff swept across the sky, and unexpectedly, clanging sounds could be heard as it once again smashed down. Again, I don't believe that your fist is harder than my staff. Yuan Hong roared. A mere Eternal Realm expert also wanted to challenge him. Today I must kill you. The spiritual power in Yuan Hong's body burst out. The iron staff in his hand actually tore the void apart. The cloud above his head became even more terrifying. Bang! Yi Shiwen's fists met again. The strength of both sides had increased by a lot. He wore a thunder armor, wrapping himself in it. It was as if he was a man of lightning. After this attack, everyone could only see that Yi Shiwen's eyes were exceptionally cold. Countless calculations were reflected in his eyes. In a second, countless changes, all kinds of details, were constantly evolving in his eyes. After wearing the thunder armor, Yi Shiwen's defensive ability had almost reached the peak, an abnormal level. So what if your iron staff is a divine tool? Today, I will destroy your divine tool with my bare hands. Yi Shiwen shouted. After this attack, he took the initiative to launch an attack, counterattacking Yuan Hong, who had used a divine tool. His fists brought about a thunderstorm, tearing through the void, and ruthlessly bombarded towards Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong was also somewhat surprised. One must know that even he felt his hands go numb from the previous attack. He was shocked by Yi Shiwen's strength. But this Yi Shiwen actually took the initiative to attack as if nothing had happened. What a joke! Yuan Hong was furious. The iron staff in his hand suddenly smashed down towards Yi Shiwen. Bang! Another loud collision sound rang out. Behind Yi Shiwen, a true god condensed from thunder and lightning instantly appeared. As if an ancient emperor had come back to life, the terrifying power of thunder and lightning suddenly burst out. All the power of the lightning burst out in an instant, and the iron rod smashed directly on the phantom, forming a shocking ripple that shook out. Yi Shiwen failed to kill Yi Shiwen. Instead, he took a big step forward and instantly attacked in front of Yuan Hong. His fists formed two dragon heads, suddenly opened their big mouths, and swallowed Yuan Hong. Bang! Yuan Hong was directly sent flying by Yi Shiwen's attack on the spot. Yi Shiwen did not show the slightest bit of politeness. Yuan Hong was at a disadvantage in this collision. It seemed that their skills were similar, but in fact, the strength of their bodies was incomparable. Perhaps Yuan Hong would not be at a disadvantage in the same realm, but now his avatar was only a small part of his blood essence and soul incarnation. It was far inferior to his real body. Yi Shiwen would not underestimate Yuan Hong's real body because of this. However, he did not care about Yuan Hong's avatar. Those geniuses of tens of thousands of years ago might be powerful, but if they thought that they could completely suppress Yuan Hong with just an avatar, then they would be underestimating their generation. They could only rely on their combat experience that far exceeded that of their generation. However, when Yi Shiwen abandoned everything else and only competed with his opponent in the simplest and most basic things, everything was different. A few cracks appeared on Yuan Hong's body. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Impossible. Even if it's just an avatar, I still have the ability to fight in the sky. How can I be inferior to you? Yuan Hong roared. He was still flying in the air and was about to launch a counterattack. How can I let you succeed? Yi Shiwen took a step forward. His foot was like a pillar that supported the heavens. Bang! Yuan Hong was directly trampled by Yi Shiwen's foot and ruthlessly slammed into the ground. Even the indestructible ground cracked. One could imagine how terrifying this attack was. A big hole appeared on Yuan Hong's chest. His flesh was badly mangled, but it quickly recovered in a short time. This was the power of an Eternal Realm expert. It was extremely difficult to kill. Everyone outside the arena was completely scared silly when they saw this scene. How could Yuan Hong be beaten so miserably? He was simply unable to fight back in front of Yi Shiwen. Is that a martial arts avatar? Someone saw the huge shadow behind Yi Shiwen and confirmed that it was a thunder avatar. The power of thunder itself was one of the most terrifying forces in the world. Avatars condensed from the power of thunder had always been one of the most terrifying types of avatars. In front of everyone, the thunder avatar behind Yi Shiwen slowly merged into his body. Yi Shiwen's strength also grew at a terrifying rate. His aura also skyrocketed inch by inch. At this moment, Yi Shiwen no longer concealed himself. He brought out the thunder avatar and completely unleashed his strength. Bang! Yi Shiwen casually scattered the auspicious clouds that shrouded Yuan Hong's head. It was a very easy feat, and Yuan Hong's auspicious clouds were easily defeated. After merging with the thunder avatar, Yi Shiwen's strength increased by more than a little, while Yuan Hong's did not change at all. The gap between them rapidly widened. Chapter 2473. Yuan Hong's attack was easily taken care of by Yi Shiwen. Everyone outside the arena sighed. Sigh, Yuan Hong's real body is not here. Otherwise, he wouldn't be bullied to this extent. Someone sighed and felt sorry for Yuan Hong. Even if it was just a doppelganger, once it was defeated, it could be said that the prestige that he had accumulated over the years would be destroyed. Is his real body really going to come? Not to mention the fact that he has to prepare for the Kurfürst Road. Most importantly, if his real body really comes, it will be seen as the strong bullying the weak. Then, even if he wins, it will not be a good reputation. Someone curled his lips and said, "Yes, although they are very strong in the same realm, it is no different from the Arabian Nights to defeat the heaven's pride of this generation with only a doppelganger. He is really thinking too much." That's true. Which of the peerless figures of this generation did not have many fortuitous encounters? It is just that their cultivation time is too short. Otherwise, they would be on par with them. This life-stealing scholar is one such example. With his cultivation of Thunder Tao, his future is limitless. Life-stealing scholar, don't even think of defeating me. Yuan Hong's body once again glowed with vitality. He leapt up from the ground, and his aura also gradually grew stronger, as if he was unsealing the power in his body. He was a clone, and his body contained a portion of the power that Yuan Hong had hidden away. When the need arose, he could unseal it. Of course, the consequences of doing so were very serious. He was just a doppelganger, so there was no way he could withstand such a terrifying power. Unless his real body was present, it would not take long for him to self-destruct. It could be said that it was a way to perish together. You want to defeat me with the power hidden in your doppelganger? Although Yi Shiwen was not afraid, he had to win quickly in order to seize the initiative. This time, there were advantages and disadvantages to this arrangement. The advantage was that as long as he won, he would definitely be able to enter the finals. There was no need to worry about the fact that he had used too much time earlier. However, the disadvantage was that he had to seize the initiative this time in order to recover more of his strength. Yi Shiwen did not wait for Yuan Hong to completely release his power. The Thunder Dragon halberd appeared in his hand and slashed towards Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong quickly raised his hand and blocked with the iron rod. Although the energy in his body was merging very quickly, it still needed time. As long as he completely released his power, it would be the time of Yi Shiwen's death. Bang! He spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his body was sent flying upside down. After fusing with the Thunder Path incarnation, Yi Shiwen's strength had increased by more than a little. In an instant, Yuan Hong was sent flying. Yuan Hong screamed again and again. Yi Shiwen's power of thunder was wreaking havoc inside his body, destroying his muscle tissues. This was a complete massacre. His offensive was simply vulnerable when facing Yi Shiwen. He was defeated on the spot. He was not Yi Shiwen's opponent at all. However, his offensive was easily blocked by Yi Shiwen. At this time, Yi Shiwen was truly like an ancient emperor. He had swept away all the strong enemies in his path. "I'll fight out with you. Even if I die, you won't have it easy." Yuan Hong let out a loud roar and directly tore open his body. The energy that had yet to completely dissolve burst out in an instant, forming a beam of light and bombarding towards Yi Shiwen. Boom! This dreadful energy bombarded out at an incredible speed, piercing through the void. When it reappeared, it had already appeared in front of Yi Shiwen. Yuan Hong was also a veteran of many battles. Seeing that he was at a disadvantage, he simply threw caution to the wind and launched a final attack. If he succeeded, he would be able to successfully kill Yi Shiwen. If he failed, it would not be any worse than before. He was also a resolute and ruthless person. Yi Shiwen only had time to set up a wall of thunder and lightning. At this time, there was no time to hide. This energy would sweep through the void, and he would not be able to hide in other spaces. He could only fight it head-on. Boom! The terrifying power spread, and Yi Shiwen's palm came into contact with this terrifying power. Boom! In an instant, this terrifying power blasted Yi Shiwen's palm into a bloody mess. This was the power of the Sage Realm, which was above the imperishable realm. Moreover, it was the power of the best of the Sage Realm. Even Yuan Hong's avatar, whose body was equivalent to the peak of the imperishable realm, was unable to maintain it for a long time. It was also unable to devour it. It was easy to imagine that this power had already surpassed the limits of the imperishable realm. Ha ha ha, immortal scholar, this was originally prepared for Ji Renwang. Now it's yours. Yuan Hong saw that in that instant Yi Shiwen was engulfed by the energy. Finally, he could not help but burst into laughter. Originally, he was extremely confident that there were not many opponents in the world who could rival him. Among the people who came this time, only Ji Renwang was worthy of his attention. Although he had not fought with Ji Renwang in the Kurfürst Road, he had heard that Ji Renwang was the champion. Every time the Kurfürst Road was opened, it was an opportunity. There was no telling how many powerful beings had entered it since ancient times. None of the juniors knew it as well as he did how difficult it was to take the lead and become one of the strongest people in the Kurfürst Road. He had participated in the Kurfürst Road twice. In the first one, he was just a passerby, a spectator, and his strength was not good at all. In the Kurfürst Road, where monsters ran rampant, he was nothing at all. In the second one, he was only considered to be an expert. This was the third time he was going to participate in the Kurfürst Road. This time his goal was very simple, which was to become the strongest. Only by doing so and becoming one of the strongest would he be qualified to fight for that wisp of opportunity, the opportunity to become an emperor. Only by becoming an emperor could one become the strongest in the world. There was no one who would not be tempted. Because of this, he was very clear about how difficult it was to be the champion on the Kurfürst Road. But Ji Renwang had entered for the first time, and he was already the champion, becoming one of the strongest. If he was already a genius, then Ji Renwang was undoubtedly a monster. Yuan Hong had also heard of his legend. Even the heavens had given him the title of King of Men. This kind of monster had only been seen in ancient books. To think that there was such a person in the current generation, one could imagine how terrifying he was. He was also the person that he was most afraid of in this trip. They were both doppelgangers, and he also knew that he was not Ji Renwang's opponent. This move was originally left to deal with Ji Renwang, but he did not expect that he would have to leave it for a junior. Before he could even deal with Ji Renwang, it would have to end. He was really unwilling, but to be able to kill this little bastard, it was enough. Sigh, what a pity. This life-stealing scholar is so strong. If he does not die, he will definitely become an invincible expert in the future. But it's a pity that he is different from Yuan Hong. If Yuan Hong dies, he just loses a doppelganger, but if he dies, he will really die. But after losing such a genius, will the martial arts sect just let it go? What's the big deal? Do you think they can attack the ancient Phoenix realm? This itself is a matter of life and death. Swoosh! Suddenly, a long halberd pierced through the air amidst the chaotic explosions, directly blasting the defenseless Yuan Hong's head apart on the spot. Everyone was stunned. They thought that victory was already decided, but in the end, such an unforeseen event happened. Just what in the world happened? Everyone looked at the ball of energy that was still exploding. Even from afar, they could feel how terrifying that ball of energy was. Even a master of the eternal realm would be torn apart in an instant. The smoke dissipated, and a bloody light burst out from within. Then the energy disappeared in an instant, revealing Yi Shiwen's figure within. He was in a somewhat sorry state, and the skin on his palms was healing bit by bit. Forcefully taking on the energy, just now had almost shattered his palms. This power had surpassed him by a whole realm. Fortunately, it was only energy. In the end, it was swallowed by Tianyuan mirror and forcefully taken on. Otherwise, he might not have been able to take it off himself. He was still a little surprised. A master of the sage realm was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Moreover, it was the pinnacle of the sage realm, where all the people on the path of choosing emperor monsters like this. Yuan Hong's primordial spirit was instantly destroyed by the thunder dragon halberd. His physical body shattered on the spot, turning into a ball of light and disappearing before everyone's eyes. However, this energy also gave him a chance to study the power of the Sage Realm. But at the moment, he really couldn't care less about that because he had just taken care of Yuan Hong and was already teleported out. He was shocked. He had clearly used his full strength to take care of Yuan Hong and fight for time, but he was still too late. When he came back to his senses, he had already appeared in another arena. On the other side of the arena, a calm man stood in the sky, like a mountain, giving off an unapproachable aura. Who else could it be but A.O. Chaozong? But at the moment, A.O. Chaozong's situation was not that good, and he was in a rather sorry state. His clothes were ragged, and his hair was disheveled. He looked like he had just been beaten up. It was then that Yi Shiwen learned that A.O. Chaozong did not have an easy time in his battle with Ji Renwang. It should be said that A.O. Chaozong was suppressed from beginning to end, and Ji Renwang seemed to be venting his anger, beating A.O. Chaozong up straight away, then saying that he had admitted defeat, completely shattering his clone. And just like that, A.O. Chaozong won inexplicably. There was no need to mention the sullen expression on his face. Although he had won, no one thought that he had really won. Even he himself didn't think this way. His face was ashen. Losing to a powerful ancient genius wasn't that big of a deal. His cultivation time was still short, so this wasn't much. However, he couldn't even defeat a clone. For someone like him who always had great ambitions, this was a complete humiliation, a stain that would remain for the rest of his life. Chapter 2474. A clone of a powerful ancient prodigy was the best touchstone for him. Dominating among his peers was nothing to him. He wanted to dominate all geniuses since ancient times and defeat all of them. His current strength was not enough to contend against these monstrous geniuses, but a clone was an opportunity. He was born on Dragon Island, and his innate magical powers were terrifying. He even had the supreme inheritance of the ancestral dragon. He was not afraid of anyone in this world, but he was beaten up by Ji Renwang. Even if the opponent was from the Ji clan, even if the opponent was from the martial sect, he was still unable to accept such an outcome. It is true that the martial sect is incomparably illustrious, but the Dragon Island is also a powerful inheritance that was revered by the people of the world. In terms of background, he does not lose to anyone. In terms of learning, he also thinks that he is the strongest existence in the world. In the end, he was beaten like a dog in a battle with Ji Renwang's clone. Moreover, Ji Renwang's surrender was a joke to him. After teaching him a lesson, Ji Renwang admitted defeat. It was obvious that he was watching a joke. He also knew that at this moment, everyone would probably think of him as a joke. Especially when Yi Shiwen appeared, he knew that the battle between Yi Shiwen and Yuan Hong had ended with Yi Shiwen's victory. It didn't seem to be a very miserable victory. Both of them had fought against the ancient geniuses, but the result was so different. This made him even more furious. Yi Shiwen looked at A.O. Chaozong and did not attack immediately. He knew that A.O. Chaozong was not in peak condition, but he was not in peak condition either. Instead of attacking rashly, it was better to recover and think about it later. Thinking of this, he simply sat on the ground and began to meditate. Although the Tianyuan mirror absorbed most of the power from that attack, it still injured him. On the other side, A.O. Chaozong breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Yi Shiwen did not rush over immediately. He was in a very difficult situation. Although it was not to the point where he could not fight, it was not the most suitable situation. On the cloud platform, the big shots of the ancient Phoenix realm looked at each other. The situation on both sides was completely different from what they expected. Whether it was Yi Shiwen, Yuan Hong, or A.O. Chaozong and Ji Renwang, they were all the same. A.O. Chaozong and Ji Renwang's battle had no suspense from the start. A.O. Chaozong was completely suppressed by Ji Renwang. In fact, in these three battles, Ji Renwang's battles had always been one-sided. But the real surprise was when Ji Renwang admitted defeat right after he defeated A.O. Chaozong. This was practically an announcement to the public that he just wanted to teach A.O. Chaozong a lesson. This was even more humiliating than a direct defeat. I didn't think that Ji Renwang would use this kind of method to slap the dragon race in the face. A big shot couldn't help but sigh. There's nothing strange about this. That was the first time he entered the Kurfürst Road, but he was already a peerless prodigy. It should be the Ji family's loss. They are both surnamed Ji, but he is not a member of the Ji family. He can only watch as the bloodline rises in the martial great sect. This might be a way to preserve the family. Who knows? But I'm afraid that Ji Renwang came here for Ao Chaozong. I still vaguely remember that incident. It seemed that Ao Chaozong was once again disrespectful to the martial great sect. But who would have thought that he was only here for this? What kind of insult is this? How can it be that simple? Ji Renwang did not go in person, but only sent a doppelganger, and it was even controlled at the peak of the Eternal Realm. Why? I'm afraid it's to announce to the world that I'm not bullying the weak. I can beat you up when we are in the same realm. How domineering! Some big shots lamented. Not everyone could be tough in front of Ji Renwang. Ji Renwang's strength was unfathomable. He dominated the Kurfürst Road for the first time. Now that 100,000 years had passed, it was impossible to estimate how strong he had become. No matter what, I'm afraid that Ao Chaozong has lost all his face this time. Is there still a need for a marriage alliance with such a person? Some big shots asked. This time, Ao Chaozong had lost all his face. If the ancient Phoenix realm wanted to form a marriage alliance with them, it was inevitable that they would be implicated. That's nothing. Don't forget that we are the ancient Phoenix realm. Behind Ao Chaozong is the Dragon Clan. Who dares to gossip in front of our two clans? As for the temporary failure, it's nothing. Feng Nantian said indifferently. Ao Chaozong was not what he valued the most. What he valued was the power of the Dragon Clan. If they could unite with the Phoenix Clan at this time, they would be able to get through the most difficult time in this period. He looked at Yi Shiwen. If the matter of Ao Chaozong and Ji Renwang was said to be a little shocking, then Yi Shiwen defeating Yuan Hong was something that he had never expected. Those ancient geniuses were very strong. Ao Chaozong was already the strongest genius of the current generation. But in the end, he was beaten half to death. Although Yuan Hong might not be as strong as Ji Renwang, he was beaten half to death by Yi Shiwen without any strength to fight back. If he hadn't used a big move at the end to injure Yi Shiwen, the scene would have been too ugly to look at. One could imagine the shock that Yi Shiwen had given everyone. What secret is this deadly scholar hiding? Feng Nantian said while tapping his finger on the armrest. The others were still fighting, but the result of the battle did not matter to him anymore. The finals had already begun, so there was no point in fighting anymore. I never expected that the last two battles would be completely reversed. The spectators were speechless when they saw the scene. Fortunately, no one had opened the bet. Otherwise, they would have lost everything. Ji Renwang seems to be here for fun. He doesn't seem to care about the battle here at all. I know. This Ji Renwang must have come because of Ao Chaozong's arrogant words. I heard that Ao Chaozong didn't put the martial sect in his eyes at all. Now, the retribution has come. It's not that there are no capable people in the martial sect. It's just that no one has taken action. Now, the hatred between the two sides is even greater. Although Ao Chaozong is no match for Ji Renwang, it's not that there are no experts in the Dragon Island. There are also peerless experts from the Dragon Island who have participated in the Kurfürst Road. I'm afraid there won't be any peace when the time comes. Everyone was talking about it, whether it was the martial sect or the Dragon Island. They were both giants that were beyond their reach. No matter what, the battle between the peerless heroes of these two giants would attract a lot of attention, no matter what. Everyone's eyes fell on Yi Shiwen and Ao Chaozong. One of them had defeated an ancient genius in a domineering manner, and the other one had been humiliated by Ji Renwang. So he had been suppressing his anger and wanted to take revenge. The battle between these two people would be more exciting than any of the previous battles. Suddenly, Both sides jumped up at the same time. They jumped up violently at almost the same time. Both sides didn't move recklessly. Instead, they stood in a stalemate. Deadly Scholar, I want you to go back and tell Ji Renwang that I'll make him pay for the humiliation I've suffered today with interest. Ao Chaozong's complexion turned ashen as he said. He was so angry that his liver and guts were trembling. He flew into a rage. This was a humiliation that he would never be able to wash away in his lifetime, even if his opponent was a peerless genius of the so-called imperial clan, Ji family. Tell him that he'd better not lose to anyone else before he loses to me. I'll take his head with my own hands. Ao Chaozong's will was not as strong as iron. He quickly suppressed this feeling of humiliation and said coldly, Go and tell him yourself if you have the guts to do so. Yi Shiwen said indifferently. He knew that Ao Chaozong had regarded him as a member of the martial sect. After all, he had also come on behalf of the martial sect. Things have already reached this point. If I were you, I would have tactfully retreated. You've already been beaten up by Ji Renwang. You've lost all your face. Do you want to repeat the same thing again? Yi Shiwen put his hands behind his back. He looked calm and relaxed. However, every cell in his body was in a tense state. He was ready to attack at any time. Ao Chaozong's complexion turned even darker. However, he didn't get provoked by Yi Shiwen. He just took a step forward. Bang! The void collapsed on the spot. Cracks formed in the void. Then they spread out in all directions like a spider web. A terrifying power rushed out from the cracks like a landslide or a tsunami. It was extremely terrifying. The terrifying power was like a tsunami. It crushed down towards Yi Shiwen with an earth-shattering momentum. You want to provoke me? You're too naive. Since you're not willing to pass on the message, then I'll kill you first. Then I'll go and kill him later. I'll make him regret it for the rest of his life. Ao Chaozong said coldly. A heavenly halberd appeared in his hand at this moment. The surging power coming from his body was terrifying even from afar. Yi Shiwen's sleeves were fluttering in the violent power. Yi Shiwen's expression was exceptionally cold. He had fought against Ao Chaozong before. However, it was only a clone. The power that his clone possessed wasn't even 1,000th of his main body. They weren't on the same level. It would be a huge mistake if one were to use the battle situation of his clone to predict his main body strength. It would be completely immeasurable. There were many techniques that his clone couldn't display. However, his main body could. Ao Chaozong's power rose to the peak in this violent aura. The heavenly halberd in his hand turned from rotten to magical. It hacked down towards Yi Shiwen. The world seemed to have transformed into a pitch-black crack. The crack spread down towards Yi Shiwen from the sky. Chapter 2475. Ao Chaozong wanted to wash away his humiliation. He might not be able to defeat Ji Renwang right now, but in his eyes, Yi Shiwen and Ji Renwang were of the same sect. Killing Yi Shiwen first would be considered as collecting some interest. The terrifying dragon chi splashed out. It was like a group of twinkling stars in the night sky. The sky was filled with halberd lights. They were shattering the vast sky and were ferociously bombarding towards Yi Shiwen. This halberd attack displayed a terrifying power. Yi Shiwen was not to be outdone, and the Thunder Dragon halberd met the attack head-on. The Thunder Dragon halberd turned into a Thunder Dragon, breaking through the sky with the power to create chaos. Boom! With a loud rumble, the two halberds finally collided. Ao Chaozong and Yi Shiwen both took a few steps back and separated. This attack was evenly matched, and neither of them had the upper hand. You want to mess with Ji Renwang with this kind of strength? I think you're really looking for death. Yi Shiwen retorted coldly. What a glib tongue! Ao Chaozong, who was in battle mode, was as cold as water. He was no longer affected by these words. The halberd in his hand swept across the sky without the slightest ripple and fell straight down. If an ordinary person were to see this, they would think that it was an attack from a Hoteon-level warrior. However, Yi Shiwen knew that this attack was no trifling matter. The Thunder Dragon halberd in his hand instantly shot out a halberd light to meet the incoming attack. The power of thunder splashed out of his body to block Ao Chaozong's attack. Boom! 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 Both sides had exchanged 1,000 blows, 10,000 blows, and each blow was more intense than the last. The power of both sides was slowly climbing to the peak. It seemed that Ao Chaozong was the one who took the initiative to attack, but Yi Shiwen was able to defend himself. No matter how terrifying Ao Chaozong's attacks were, he was able to block them all without missing a single one. If Ao Chaozong's attacks were like an endless tide, then Yi Shiwen would be like a boulder. He wouldn't waver in the slightest, no matter how many attacks he threw at him. The attacks from both sides were very intense. However, one could tell just by looking at the two of them. Both of them had very serious expressions on their faces, but it didn't seem like they had entered a decisive battle, especially Yi Shiwen. He was able to calculate a portion of Ao Chaozong's strength every time he blocked an attack. He hadn't witnessed the previous battle with his own eyes, so he could only make a new calculation now. Many big shots of the ancient Phoenix world on the high platform were watching with rapt attention. They had thought that Ao Chaozong would have been able to gain the upper hand. After all, Ao Chaozong was one of the top experts of this world regardless of his race or his knowledge. He had lost to Jiren Wang because Ao Chaozong was too strong, so he couldn't do anything to Yi Shiwen now. This was completely beyond their expectations. Their minds began to churn as they tried their best to figure out which lineage within the martial sect was able to groom such a formidable prodigy who was able to compete with Ao Chaozong. More importantly, he was only at the imperishable realm middle stage. Thinking about it, the fatal stealing scholar seemed to be much more terrifying than Ao Chaozong. This fatal stealing scholar is really unfathomable. He'll definitely become a great person in the future. A big shot of the ancient Phoenix world said. Originally, they could still leisurely watch the battles between the younger generation. However, when they looked at Ao Chaozong and the fatal stealing scholar now, they realized that both of them were well-known figures of this generation. Regardless of whether it was their attacks, the timing of their moves, or their understanding of martial arts, they had all reached the peak of perfection. Many people were even ashamed to realize that if they were in the same realm, they might not be a match for these two people. These two are peerless heroes. Either one of them will have no problem matching up with the Phoenix Maiden. One of them is the Dragon Island, and the other is the martial sect. Both of them had emperor legacies. They're not inferior to our ancient Phoenix world at all. A big shot nodded. In fact, it wasn't just not inferior. In the past, it was hard to say. But now that the ancient Phoenix world had been heavily damaged, it was definitely far inferior to these two legacies. Look, Ao Chaozong has made his move. He's going all out. Everyone turned to look and saw that at this moment, Ao Chaozong and Yi Shiwen had separated from each other. Are you trying to test me? Ao Chaozong's lips curled into a cold smile. But I was also testing you just now. I've already seen through your intentions. He stopped moving and didn't launch an attack. Instead, he just smiled coldly. Even if you have such intentions, it's useless. My strength is unfathomable. It's not something you can see through with such a simple method. As Ao Chaozong spoke, waves of aura gushed out from his body. In an instant, the dragon aura gushed out from his body and turned into many gods. Moreover, they were gods of the dragon tribe. One by one, they formed a huge kingdom of the dragon tribe. And in the center of the entire dragon tribe kingdom, a huge 9-clawed divine dragon was sitting. It was giving a sermon. Golden lotuses fell from the sky, and each golden lotus contained the essence of the great Tao. Could this be the supreme skill of the dragon tribe, the ancestral dragon sermon? Feng Nantian jumped to his feet and widened his eyes. That's right, it's definitely the ancestral dragon sermon. It's said that the younger generations of the dragon tribe use their great powers to develop the ancestral dragon's sermon diagram. The diagram is even in the deepest part of the Dragon Island. Later on, I heard that someone used it to develop a supreme skill, but I've never seen it with my own eyes. This is just too shocking. Some of the big shots from the ancient Phoenix realm said with a trembling voice. They seemed to be completely shocked by the diagram. Everyone in the universe knew what kind of person the ancestral dragon was. He was one of the strongest in the universe. Back in the day, he and the Phoenix ancestor of the ancient Phoenix realm were both figures who dominated the universe. Even the gods of the dragon tribe came from all over to listen to the sermon of an emperor-level figure. It formed a shocking diagram of the ancestral dragon sermon. Among the gods who came to listen to the sermon, the weakest were powerful existences of the sage realm. It was just that it could no longer be restored to its former glory. But just the thought of the grand occasion of the sermon was enough to make people yearn for it. Unfortunately, the most important ancestral dragon within this ancestral dragon Tao lecture diagram is still blurry and cannot be seen clearly. Otherwise, this ancestral dragon Tao lecture diagram would be terrifying. Feng Nanshan's eyes were shining as he stared at it for a while before he involuntarily spoke in a regretful manner. And most importantly, he didn't use his own strength to develop it. I'm afraid he obtained a copy of the ancestral dragon's sermon diagram. Although it's not bad to use the copy to demonstrate it, it's still a bit inferior. Ever since the Golden Dragon King evolved the ancestral dragon's sermon diagram, there's only one other than the Golden Dragon King who could cultivate this martial art to the highest realm. It's already shocking enough that Ao Chaozong could reach this level. Someone couldn't help but say, although it wasn't the most complete, it was still very shocking. Maybe one day it will be fully developed. There was no way to fully develop the ancestral dragon's sermon diagram now, but it was hard to say in the future. After all, this was a martial art, a supreme martial art. In this diagram of the ancestral dragon's sermon diagram, Ao Chaozong stood in the sky like a demon god, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. At this moment, he was the ruler of the world, as if he had suddenly become the ruler of the entire world, becoming the ancestral dragon that dominated the world countless years ago. Every technique was no longer a secret in front of him. He could see through everything with his discerning eyes. This was an unparalleled pressure that came crashing down. This technique simulated the grand occasion of the ancestral dragon's sermon in the past, suppressing everything in all directions, and no one could stand in its way. In the Dragon Clan, this technique had a supreme reputation. This was because this technique faintly borrowed the ancestral dragon's luck. Although the ancestral dragon had already fallen, his might still existed in the world. It was just that it was very difficult for people to borrow even a little bit of it. And this technique could borrow the fortune of the ancestral dragon to suppress all enemies. Yi Shiwen also faintly felt a kind of pressure coming from the void, as if a terrifying big shot was staring at him, causing him to feel an endless pressure. The ancestral dragon's sermon diagram. Yi Shiwen spat out these words coldly. In order to deal with Ao Chaozong, he had looked up a lot of information, and among them was the ancestral dragon's sermon diagram. Although the Golden Dragon King hadn't attained the Tao in the past, he relied on this technique to kill several kings of the Celestial Clan and made a name for himself in the first war against the heavens. From then on, the ancestral dragon's Tao lecture picture was known to the world. It was just that this divine ability was extremely difficult to cultivate. There weren't many that could be deduced with one's own strength. Most of them relied on the picture scroll and copied the rubbing to display it. But even so, this technique was still very shocking. That's right, I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable. Ao Chaozong said coldly, and the picture scroll slowly rose under his control and instantly suppressed Yi Shiwen. It was even more terrifying than the suppression of a world, as if there was an even more terrifying power added to it. It made him feel as if his vision turned black and he was about to faint. This was not even suppressed, and just the aura alone was already so terrifying. If it was completely suppressed, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Although he didn't have the enlightening mind ancient tree with him, he could still feel this terrifying pressure even with his willpower. One could imagine how terrifying this technique was. You want to defeat me with just the aura? You're too naive, Yi Shiwen shouted, and all the power in his body exploded and rushed to the sky. Humph, then I'll suppress you to death. Ao Chaozong shouted. Chapter 2476. That life-stealing scholar actually managed to block the ancestral dragon's Tao lecture. According to the legends, the ancestral dragon's Tao lecture contains the imprint of the great way of the ancestral dragon's Tao lecture, apart from the emperor. Who in this world can resist the imprint of the great way of the emperor? Therefore, this move is almost invincible. However, this life-stealing scholar was not affected by the imprint of the great way of the ancestral dragon. Could it be that he wants to break away from the influence of his ancestors and carve out his own path of invincibility? Someone exclaimed. Under the influence of the emperor's imprint, almost no one would be unaffected. Needless to say, everyone could understand how terrifying the ancestral dragon's Tao lecture was. However, Yi Shiwen actually managed to block it. This was completely beyond everyone's expectations. The kind of imprint of the emperor's level. Even though we are far away, we can still feel it. That life-stealing scholar is enduring a terrifying pressure. Youngsters nowadays are getting more and more terrifying. Even us old fellows are sweating in shame. A powerful existence of the ancient phoenix realm couldn't help but sigh. Ao Chaozong didn't even use this move just now. It's too terrifying. He didn't even have the time to use it just now. He was suppressed by Ji Renwang from the beginning to the end. He didn't even have a decent chance to counterattack. Feng Nantian said indifferently. In fact, he was more optimistic about Ji Renwang. Although Ao Chaozong was also not bad, Ji Renwang was the most suitable candidate to suppress Ao Chaozong. As long as he was willing to release the seal on his body, it was only a matter of time before he broke into the realm of the titled king. In fact, he could become a top-notch king in a short time. Otherwise, how could he bear the heavy responsibility of the marriage alliance? Moreover, this life-stealing scholar was also a peerless genius. He was indeed extraordinary to be able to withstand such an attack. However, the better the life-stealing scholar performed, the more uneasy Feng Nantian felt. He didn't know why. At this time, Ao Chaozong had already launched his attack. The ancestral dragon's Tao lecture was slowly suppressing the surroundings. However, the truly terrifying thing was that this wasn't the end of the attack. In the sky, the gods of the dragon race that were originally in the picture scroll came back to life. It was as if they had become gods. They raised their heads to the sky and roared. In an instant, the world was filled with the roars of dragons. One by one, the terrifying gods of the dragon race pounced down. While these were not their true forms were once the gods of the dragon clan. They were terrifying existences above the sage plane at the very least. Their wills had persisted and were reformed in the world. It could be said that they were not real gods, but it could also be said that they were not real gods. In short, they were very terrifying. Whoosh! A long black dragon pounced directly in front of him. It opened its bloody mouth, and an inexhaustible cold air condensed in it. It seemed as if it would transform into a mass of ice and swallow him whole. Puchi! The thunder dragon halberd directly pierced through the black dragon, turning it into a blood mist in the air. Fresh blood spurted out. Yi Shiwen's expression was ice cold, and there was not the slightest trace of emotion on his face. It was as if he had just casually stepped on an ant. He could feel the power of this black dragon, but its true strength was not that terrifying. It was just a drop of blood essence. It was not the true form, so the difference was huge. However, this was only one of them. More and more ferocious dragons rushed over. One after another, the dragon gods rose from the ground and rushed out of the ancestral dragon's Tao diagram. They roared and rushed over to kill Yi Shiwen. Puchi! 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 Every time the sound of iron-breaking flesh was heard, a dragon god was beheaded by Yi Shiwen. Just looking at this scene, it seemed as if it was the end of the world. A person could actually kill the dragon gods one by one. It was a completely incredible scene. However, it would be extremely difficult for Yi Shiwen to kill these dragon gods, even if that was the case. Because after being killed by Yi Shiwen, these dragon gods immediately condensed again and pounced over. There was no end to them. There was no end to them. But in the sky, the ancestral dragon Tao diagram was turning into a world, and it was crushing down bit by bit. These dragon gods were repeating the cycle, and it was impossible to kill them all. Yi Shiwen finally stopped killing. Thunder dragons automatically formed around his body and pounced towards those dragon gods. He fought with those dragon gods in the sky. The scene looked incomparably shocking. Countless giant dragons were killing each other. This was a spectacular scene that could not be seen at any time. And at this moment, Yi Shiwen put his hands together, and it seemed like he was forming some kind of seal. Everyone was watching. One should know that the ancestral dragon Tao diagram that Ao Chaozong brought out was too terrifying. It was just suppressing bit by bit, and it could crush everyone and sweep away all his opponents. Just what kind of trump card was Yi Shiwen preparing to deal with the ancestral dragon Tao diagram? Everyone was very curious. One should know that this was not something that could be dealt with by any ordinary move. Behind him, countless thunder and lightning were condensing, and they quickly formed the shape of a terrifying cannon. It was pointed at the ancestral dragon Tao diagram that was directly suppressing down. Ao Chaozong, watch carefully. This is the Thunder Emperor's sky-piercing cannon that I've specially refined for you. Yi Shiwen let out a sinister roar. This cannon had instantly drained all the magic power in his body, and it was then condensed into the Thunder Emperor's sky-piercing cannon, turning into an extremely terrifying energy that could pierce through the sky. Rumble! A terrifying sound of thunder rang out, and the Thunder Emperor's sky-piercing cannon shot out, crashing into the ancestral dragon Tao diagram. The ancestral dragon Tao diagram reacted immediately, and it instantly formed countless evil dragons to directly resist the cannon. Everyone only saw that in an instant there seemed to be no other color between the heavens and the earth. All the light between the heavens and the earth had been snatched away, and only endless energy could be seen colliding. Many gods' expressions changed as they looked at this scene. What kind of magic is this? How can it be so terrifying? It can actually resist the ancestral dragon Tao diagram. Hiss! I've seen many thunder Tao magic, but I've never seen such a terrifying one. Thunder Emperor's sky-piercing cannon. What a domineering name. But it has the domineering strength to match its name. Under this cannon, even the sky will be pierced through. How terrifying! If everyone was shocked by the ancestral dragon Tao diagram before, then now, everyone was shocked by the Thunder Emperor's sky-piercing cannon. On the ancestral dragon Tao diagram, Ao Chaozong's face revealed an incredulous expression. This was his ultimate skill, and he originally wanted to use it against Ji Renwang. Who would have thought that the gap between them would be so huge? He didn't even have the chance to use it from the beginning to the end, and he was defeated by Ji Renwang. Now, it should have been more than enough to suppress Yi Shiwen. He didn't believe that there was any magic that could be compared to the ancestral dragon Tao diagram. But whether or not he believed it, it still happened now. The Thunder Emperor's sky-piercing cannon directly pierced through the entire ancestral dragon Tao diagram, and the countless dragon gods drawn on it collapsed one by one in front of everyone. In the face of this terrifying power, they completely collapsed. It directly rushed towards the ancestral dragon in the middle of the diagram. The ancestral dragon in the diagram suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the incoming Thunder Emperor's sky-piercing cannon with ice-cold eyes. He opened his mouth and roared out countless dragon flames to confront the incoming Thunder Emperor's sky-piercing cannon. Rumble. More than 10 seconds passed, and the collision still continued. It was only a few seconds, and it seemed very short, but in the eyes of everyone, it was as long as a century. Do you think this is all? Ao Chaozong, take a good look. This is the second stage attack that I've developed based on the Thunder Emperor's sky-piercing cannon. It's not a complete success, but it's enough to give you a big surprise. Yi Shiwen was constantly panting. He was constantly operating the observing person's scripture and phoenix regeneration technique to recover. He didn't dare to use them blatantly because he had to hide his identity. His strength was also recovering at an astonishing speed, and his magic power was constantly growing. This time his magic power had been exhausted, and it made him feel as if his magic power had reached a new level. This was an extreme experience. Just when everyone thought that such a confrontation would continue like this, the thunder shockwave that was originally spat out suddenly burst out in an astonishing manner. Boom! The power of the Thunder Emperor's sky-piercing cannon instantly rose to a new level. All the power condensed together and rushed out. Bang! Ancestral Gragon, who was initially in a stalemate with a lightning bolt, was instantly defeated. His massive body was split into two at the waist. Next, an even more massive lightning bolt continued to charge over and obliterated his entire body, turning him into a pile of scraps. And this ancestral dragon Tao diagram was the core of the ancestral dragon Tao diagram. Now that it was blasted by the cannon, the ancestral dragon Tao diagram naturally couldn't continue to be maintained, and all the strange phenomena collapsed on the spot. All that could be seen was a diagram floating in the sky, and the content of the ancestral dragon Tao diagram was drawn on it. Damn it! Ao Chaozong was about to snatch the ancestral dragon Tao diagram back. After all, it was only a rubbing version and not the original, but it wasn't easy to make a rubbing of a diagram that contained supreme magical power. The materials needed to be selected from the best. Don't look down on it just because it was a piece of paper, but in fact it was more valuable than an ordinary divine tool. In addition, the contents of the Thunder Emperor's sky-piercing cannon weren't many in the clan, and it was almost comparable to a top-grade divine tool. However, the remaining energy of the Thunder Emperor's sky-piercing cannon continued to blast towards him. He had no choice but to wave the iron halberd in his hand and split the thunder energy apart. Fortunately, after the obstruction of the ancestral dragon Tao diagram, there wasn't much left of the remaining energy. Although it took some effort, it was successfully dispersed. However, when he wanted to retrieve the ancestral dragon Tao diagram, he saw a scene that made his eyes pop out. A huge hand broke through the sky and directly grabbed the ancestral dragon Tao diagram.